Okay. Hello, good morning. And welcome to the Committee of Adjustment for Toronto and East York. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act as amended, we're calling this meeting to order. So the Committee of Adjustment, what does it do exactly? What's its jurisdiction? So the committee considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property. Also, we can give permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and we can also consent to sever property to create new lots. Before we go further and get into procedure with respect to the committee this morning, we want to acknowledge that we're meeting on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Hautechonis, and the Wendat peoples, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. So we have some further opening remarks. They're lengthy, but they're important in terms of how we hold the hearings. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. So some applicants and participants are going to make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. Also, the meetings are streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those persons who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and they've got the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those who are participating by video appearance, they'll be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During that time, your camera will be enabled, but you'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with written submissions by the deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. If that happens, the host is going to remove you from that platform. About decisions made today, how do you get a copy? So people attending in person today and who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you don't agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the province of Ontario amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Now only the applicant and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, those persons are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. And as always, appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee that issues. Okay. A word about our proceedings this morning. I'm going to call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is not contested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When committee doesn't require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and take the matter into committee for discussion and for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're reaching that limit. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members can't accept materials at this hearing. When addressing the committee, could you please kindly state your name and address? And of course, please remember to confine your remarks to the application that's being considered. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee of the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. Committee may decide to defer the application if it's substantially revised, because we want to ensure that the revised application is accurate, and we also want to see that those who are entitled to notice are so informed. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room, and then those participating through WebEx. And committee members, of course, may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. Finally, when all speakers are heard, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the applicant. And that'll mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. All right, just for a few minutes more, just dealing with administrative matters. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes from an earlier meeting to be confirmed?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the minutes for adoption are ready from our July 31st hearing, as well as our August 7th hearing of this year. So if I can get a motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Zahir, please proceed. Yeah. All right, the seconder for that motion. All right, Doug, thank you. All right, all in favor? All right, that's good. Those minutes are adopted. Members, just as we are about to proceed, want to ask if there are any declarations of interest or any conflicts of interest with any item on the morning agenda. Is there any such thing? I'm seeing none, so that's thank you. That's fine. Okay. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I understand there are no files to be closed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Great, thank you very much. All right.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we do have 4 deferral requests for this morning's items.
Thank you. Okay.
So item number 4, 438 Arlington Avenue, file number A0417/24TEY. Item number 8, 41 Indian Grove, file number A0514/24TEY. Item number 10, 241 Richmond Street West, file number A0540/24TEY. And item number 1142 Glenayr Road, file number A0541/24TEY. Through you, Mr. Chair, we can probably deal with the 4 requests for deferral, starting with item number 4.
Yes, that makes good sense, and sometimes they're being deferred so that we can make sure we capture all the variances that are needed. All right, if we can ask the applicant or agent to then for item 4, property address 438 Arlington Avenue. Is a person here or online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have some registered speakers here in person, so we'll hear from them as well on the request for deferral.
All right, fine, thank you.
So we'll start with the agent, Daniel Barry. You've been unmuted. Hello, Daniel?
Yes.
Hi, Daniel. Yeah, just getting to your item on my laptop. Yes, okay. So I understand there's a request for a deferral of this item this morning. What's the issue there? Hi, Daniel. Still there?
Hello.
Modern technical glitches. Daniel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Daniel. Sorry, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you move closer to your device? Raise the volume or use a headset? That may help.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, just softly. Could you speak up, either get closer to the mic? Yeah,
Yep, I'll speak up much louder.
yes, that's improved. All right, we understand then you're asking that this matter be deferred to a future meeting of this Committee of Adjustment for Toronto and East York?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The reason is because we received comments from planning to make some reductions to our variances. Unfortunately, I was away on vacation at that time and only returned on Sunday. So we were not going to have time to speak with staff and our client and to make some revisions in time for today's meeting.
All right, thank you. So, yeah. All right, I'll just ask you to hang on then. I understand the request for the deferral. Madam
Through
Secretary?
you, Mr. Chair, then I'm going to ask one by one those that are here in person just to come up to the podium, and you'll be speaking strictly to whether or not you support the request for deferral.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Mark O'Nally. I don't agree with the deferral. I'm here and prepared, and I'd like to state my case.
Just from what the applicant said, it seems that there's some planning remarks that need to be considered, and it sounds like that would revise and presumably reduce the minor variances that are being sought. That's his position. Your position is you're opposed to the deferral?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, next, Mr.
Okay,
Van
next speaker,
Lane.
please come up to the podium.
Hi, I'm Helen Anastopoulos, and I don't agree to the deferral. I live at 436 Arlington.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, please come up to the item, to the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bruce Van Lane. I, too, oppose the deferral for much of the same reasons as Mr. Nally stated and my neighbor Helen stated. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is all our speakers for this item.
All right, thank you. Okay. Members, any discussion then about this? We have the deferral request. There are speakers, participants who are opposed to it. Said we're advised through the applicant or agent that excuse me. We're advised that planning was asking for some revisions. Community planning was. Anyone like to take that up? No. Okay. Yes, Zahir, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to defer. It will allow the applicant, as the applicant has indicated, that there was some presumably correspondence from planning.
Yes.
It will allow him or them to address these before coming to the committee again. So I'd like to move a motion to defer.
All right, is there a seconder for that motion, panel members? All right, okay, thank you. All right, all in favor? Yep. Yep. Thank you. We're referring the, we're
Through you,
referring
Mr.
the.
Chair, sorry. Nizila, are you dissenting? Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for that catch. All right, Madam Chair, I can go on to the second item being deferral being requested, and that I have that as item 8, 41 Indian Grove. And again, we'd ask then the applicant or agent to identify themselves if they're here in person or if they're coming in on audio.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as one registered speaker online. So at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Yes, thank you. Let's get that.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, so, sir, we understand, yes, with respect to 41 Indian Grove, you're making a request for a deferral. Why do you want a deferral in this case?
My name is Sean Galbraith, planner here for the application. Planning has expressed a concern and submitted, and transportation has submitted a staff report recommending refusal of one of the variances. We're going to be revising the design to negate the need for that variance, but unfortunately, our architect is away on vacation, and so it's more of a timing thing. We can't get the revised drawings done, or we couldn't get them done in time for this hearing, and so we need a little bit of extra time to satisfy transportation and planning's concerned.
And you're saying, in essence, in terms of the revision you make, a particular minor variance might go away?
Yeah, one of the variances will definitely go away, but that requires a modification to the design, and we wanted to make sure that the committee had the revised design in front of them to consider.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now hear from the registered speaker at 270 Indian Road, and it would just be for whether or not they support the deferral request.
Okay.
And wait for the new design. Good morning, committee. Thank you for hearing our concerns. I am Mark Backley of 270 Indian Road, Toronto, Ontario, M6R2X2. I'm here with my wife, Andrea Thomas, of the same address. We would accept the deferral. However, if they're not going to change the height variance in that deferral, could we discuss that today? As my wife and I have both taken time off work to be here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're not able to discuss the merits of an application when there's a request for deferral.
Well, thanks. I hear your remarks, but, you know, if plans are going to be revised, then, you know, I think it's appropriate to have a whole bundle of material before you when you make a decision or you make an objection. Members, any comments? Otherwise, I'll consider a motion.
I'll go ahead with a motion, Mr. Chair. I think I understand that it would be preferable to the person that just spoke if we could nail down some aspects of what might be changed, but I think everything has to be looked at in totality and as a whole package. It seems fair to me to give the applicant an opportunity to improve the plan, and so I would move to defer.
All right, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Nazilla, thank you. All right, all in favor then? This is a motion to defer. Okay, that is passed. Thank you. All right, that matter is deferred to a future meeting. All right.
Through you,
Madam
Mr.
Deputy.
Chair, we can move on to item number 10, 241 Richmond Street.
Yes, thank you.
We do have the agent here in person
Very good.
and no registered speakers for this item.
Hi, Mr. Bailey, is it?
Yes, good morning. Oh,
Morning.
can you hear me? Good morning?
Is the red light on?
Yes. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, panel members, and city staff. My name is Gavin Bailey, Director of Planning for Tridel, also represented as the owner and agent for this file. Currently, we're going through the detailed throes of the site plan control application process. We do have some structural related matters that affect the overall gross floor area of the building, more specifically the amount of non-residential GFA that we will be providing. Essentially, it will be reduced by approximately 100 square meters because of these structural related matters. I am pleased to advise that we are working collaboratively with city planning staff, and they do support the request for deferral while we finalize the GFA and the structural related matters that we're dealing with on the first and second floor. So I'm here to respectfully request that this application be deferred until the most recent Committee of Adjustment hearing. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
So the application is going under site plan control review in addition to this process?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct. We're currently in our fifth site plan resubmission.
And you say there's an issue of some non-residential GFA to be ironed out?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks very much. Members? Could we have a motion, please, with respect to a request for a deferral of this item on Richmond Street West?
Sure,
Is it here? Oh, is it?
I'll make a motion to defer. I agree with the request of the applicant.
Yes, is it here? Thank you. Seconds that?
Chair.
Yes. All right, all in favor then? I'm seeing, all right, that's unanimous. I'm seeing that. Fine, sir, it's deferred to a future meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for appearing in person.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now move on to item number 11. That's another request for deferral.
Thank
We
you.
do have the agent online as well as 2 registered speakers.
Okay,
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
yes, I can, thank you.
Great, thank you. It's Ian Andres. I'm a lawyer with Goodmans. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and Richard Wengel Architect, Inc., to speak to the deferral this morning. So as you may know, this property is the subject of previous Committee of Adjustment approvals for minor variances, and those variance approvals were conditional on building substantially in accordance with the plans that were before the committee and approved at that time. Since then, our client has decided to increase the size of the below grade levels of the proposed new dwelling. There's no change proposed to the above grade footprint or massing or any of the above grade features of the project. It's the same FSI that's still proposed, but the below grade areas have increased. And as a result, additional building length and depth variances were going to be required. Our client sought and obtained a zoning examiner notice on May 23rd, which identified the additional length and depth variances required, and then proceeded to file this new application on that basis. And it wasn't until July 31st, just a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks exactly actually, that our client received a new examiner's notice after the public hearing notice had went out, which now identifies 5 additional variances related to below grade parking and drive aisle matters primarily. It also has slightly different building depth and length numbers in it. So as a result of that, there are several new variances that are not before you today, and we of course wouldn't want to proceed with the Committee of Adjustment hearing if the full list of variances is not before the committee for consideration. So our client and the architects are requesting this deferral in order to speak with the zoning examiner, work through these additional variances and see if some of them can be resolved. That may result in a change to the plans potentially. We also are aware that Community Planning filed a memo or a report, I believe it was yesterday, objecting to the additional length and depth. So we'd like an opportunity to speak to planning staff about that as well. So for all those reasons, we believe an adjournment is fair and appropriate here, and we request to come back once those matters have been addressed.
Sounds reasonable. All right, thank you. All right, Madam Secretary.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute Amber Stewart.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Perhaps you could just speak up a little bit more.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's Amber Stewart.
Yes.
And for the record, my address is 70 Plunkett Road, Unit 6, Toronto, M9L2J5.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I act for the owner of 2 Ridgewood Road, which is located adjacent to the south and sort of to the west of the subject property. My client's name is Brian Blumenthal. I can advise that my client participated in the previous 2 Committee of Adjustment hearings and 1 TLAB appeal, and we do have minutes of settlement with the owner in relation to the first hearing in 2021. So, Mr. Chair, my client certainly supports the deferral, and I'm hopeful that Mr. Andres, who I know well, will be able to reach out with me and discuss this as well in the lead up to the next Committee of Adjustment appearance, because my clients do have concerns with the application. I just wanted to have that noted.
Thank you. That's helpful. You're both lawyers, so yes, I hope that can be worked out.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll now hear from the owner of number 40 Glenayr Road.
Hi. Oh.
Hi, good
Hi,
morning.
can you hear me?
Yes, Ken, just ask you to speak up a little bit. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so first of all, my main question is
Through you,
why
Mr.
are
Chair.
there zoning
Through you,
laws?
Mr. Chair. Speaker, you need
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Speaker, you need to state your first and last name and the address that you reside at. We're not taking any questions at this time. The request on the floor of hearing is to defer the application. So you can only speak to whether or not you support that deferral request.
Okay, my name is Haley Gillis. I'm at 40 Glenayr next door, and I do not want it deferred. He has been building without permits and zoning laws way before this regarding a separate issue, which I have complained about, and deferring it is going to have him come up with some other plans that our whole street is going to be opposed to. This has been ongoing for like 2 months. I have put in requests and requests, and there's no reason to be deferred. He has put these plans in. I went on the same call 3 years ago, 3 years ago. He keeps deferring the building. I keep coming on these calls, and there's no reason for it to be deferred.
Okay,
he
thank you.
doesn't abide by the zoning plans anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Any
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll be on record that this resident does not support the deferral request. So it's back to the committee.
Yes, that's fine. Members, what do you think? It sounds like the zoning examiner has determined there needs some changes in terms of depth and length, so it makes sense for that to be reviewed. Is there someone who would like to put forward a motion to support a deferral? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's appropriate because I think if the zoning examiners raise this as an issue, I think it's important that this be deferred so that some resolution can be arrived at. So I'd like to move a motion to defer.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Is there a second for that motion? Yes.
I'll second.
Zola, thank you. All right, all in favor then of this matter being deferred? People there, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then just for public record, items number 4, number 8, number 10, and number 11 have been deferred.
Thank you.
The minutes will also reflect the report that came in from Urban Forestry regarding all 4 applications. Okay?
Great.
Okay, so now we can move to item number 1.
Yeah, all right. Let's get the materials. All right, as mentioned then, in terms of our agenda, we're at number 1, and the address is 90 Sumach Street, Unit 319. So let's give a chance for a second.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you'll have to read the materials
Yes.
that have been filed.
Yes, I was just giving a chance for people to move. Okay. So the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 7-story apartment building by constructing a new 3rd-story rooftop deck for Unit 319 to be located on the roof above the existing parking garage on the north side of the building. There'll be a partition fence on the rooftop deck. Committee has quite a bit of the material and plans before us, and I'm just going to just indicate what those are. We have a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan and further revised site plan done in July and in August. And we have 2 photographs of trees and the 3rd-story roof. We have email correspondence from David Engelman as agent. We have correspondence from another agent. We have a planning justification letter that's been put forward again by the agent, David Engelman. Building permit drawings are filed with us. We have email correspondence giving sort of conditional approval from the board of directors of the condominium. Finally, we have site-specific zoning bylaws that were passed in the past. 2 of them in 1994 that were approved by the Ontario Municipal Board. That's an earlier version of the Ontario Land Tribunal. Those particular bylaws, we have copies of those. We have also some supporting materials with photos from the agent. I believe members of those were in our supplementary package, and for photographs, I think, of the angle and just where the roof was. And finally, we have a staff report from Community Planning that makes certain recommendations. All right, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also, on the second page, we have.
Thank you, you're right.
Yep, support, interest, and opposition.
Indeed, thank you. So we have correspondence both in support and against here. Correspondence in support, I'll just run down without all the addresses, but a number of persons living on Sumach Street. Michelle Lynch, Jenny Melendez, Johan Coates, John Malevris, Benoit Cardinal, and Erica Flosovic. There are also letters from persons of interest. A Richard Skiewicz at 96 Sumach Street, and also Maura Fenning from 90 Sumach Street, Unit 715. We also then have correspondence and opposition from the following persons. Most of them are our unit owners in the condo. Correspondence from Lana Cribb, Corey Selda, Matty Irving, Richard Sikowitz, Lynn Lawson, and finally, we have materials in opposition from Bill Eady at 455 Shooter Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have the agent here in person. We also have 3 registered speakers online. So at this time, we'll hear from the agent.
Terrific.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members, staff, members of the public. David Eagleman, 900 the East Mall, Suite 300. I'm an associate at Design Plan Services, Inc., and I'm here on behalf of the owner. And I thank you for that long list, Mr. Chair, in regards to this application. So I'll get right into it, considering the letters of concern that have been submitted.
Thank you. Good.
I did provide a detailed justification letter, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, which I would hope the committee has had a chance to review, which speaks to the application and proposed variances. I will firstly note that planning staff, as per their report issued for this application, have raised no concerns or objections subject to their recommended conditions, which we are agreeable to. And we, as you have mentioned, Mr. Chair, we have also consulted with surrounding neighbors and have obtained 6 letters of support, which have been submitted to the committee and which are from both residents of the building itself, as well as some of the surrounding low-rise residential dwellings on Sumach Street. So I would like to provide some background on this building and this application before I get into the variances. The building at 90 Sumach Street was converted from a commercial building to a residential building in 1999. It was an existing building that was converted into a residential building, and that was following the approval at the OMB, now the OLT, formerly the OMB, of an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. And as a result of that conversion, the building is, and the planning applications that were required for it, the building is subject to site-specific bylaws. And the building has largely remained as it was originally constructed, even before the residential conversion, with the exception of a slightly reduced massing. And specifically, the north wall of the building was cut back, and that is what created this third-floor rooftop that is adjacent to my client's unit. So only on the north side is there this rooftop above the garage that abuts only the third-floor units. And that is where this terrace is proposed to be located on top of. In regards to variance number 1, this is more of a technical variance, as the intent of this provision is in large part to recognize the location of the existing building as it was existing when it was being converted. So if staff can please pull up map 2 of bylaw 1994-0446, if possible, and just I'll continue while that's being pulled up. There's heavy lines on that map which delineate where the existing building is. And it's just because this terrace is located on the garage rooftop that this variance is being triggered. But you'll see that actually the location where the terrace is proposed is within the heavy line. So it's really a technical variance, and the proposal meets the intent of this bylaw provision. the terrace itself doesn't result in any substantial changes to the massing or built form of the building. Regarding variance number 3, this is also more of a technical variance. The intent of this provision was in large part to ensure that the building was cut back on the north side when it was converted in 1999, and to recognize the height of the building along the north side when it was cut back. So again, on that same map that we were just on, it indicates the maximum height as 7.2 meters, and the 8.24 meter height that's proposed is inclusive of the existing building itself, from the ground floor to the top of the proposed privacy fencing on the east and west sides. So the height of the privacy fencing is actually only 1.82 meters from the top of the garage rooftop to the peak of the fence. So in regards to variance number 2, 4, and 5, those are really the substantive variances that we're dealing with today. And the intent of all those provisions is really the same, which is to limit the location of balconies on the northerly face of the building to mitigate privacy and overlook impacts. And the proposed terrace includes a 1.07 meter tall planter box along the entire north side of the terrace, and vegetation will be provided within that planter box to provide further screening in addition to the planter box itself. The proposed planter box, along with the vegetation, will serve to mitigate potential privacy and overlook impacts. And I know I'm running out of time. I'll just conclude to say that privacy and overlook impacts are really the main crux of the intent of these provisions. We are mitigating to a reasonable extent privacy and overlook impacts. And ultimately, this is a building in downtown Toronto where some sort of privacy and overlook impacts are expected when you live in downtown Toronto. So it is my professional opinion that this proposal meets the 4 tests as per Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Just so I can get a better understanding of this, are there other units then on the 3rd level, on the 3rd story, that could also access the roof?
Through you, Mr. Chair, right now the rooftop is unusable. The rooftop at the 3rd floor, so there is a rooftop of the building itself, which is a shared terrace for all units, as well as private terraces for some of the 7th floor units. But then there's this north rooftop that's adjacent to the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
There is only one unit which was approved to have almost an identical terrace, and that's unit 312 on the far west side of the building. And that application essentially was exactly the same as this. It turned that rooftop into a terrace that is accessible, but otherwise, no other unit has access to the rooftop because it's unusable space.
All right, thank you. You may not be able to answer this, I'm just sort of querying. So it's a plan of condominium. Would you need to amend the plan of condominium to take into account the terrace being built on the roof? I'm just thinking in terms of legal descriptions and drawings of the condo.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a fair question. I am not obviously a lawyer, and I think that is more of a question for legal counsel. However, just because I was actually involved in the approval of the terrace at Unit 312, my understanding was that the owner just had to enter an agreement with the condo board, and that allowed for the construction of the terrace.
Thank you, members of the panel, any questions for the agent here?
Actually, I just have a quick question. So there's the patio already at Unit 312. How many units go along that north face of the building that might similarly seek patios like this? Or maybe my question is, how many north-facing units are there in total on the 3rd floor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think, so how many units are abutting that 3rd floor rooftop portion? So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 units, including Unit 312.
Thanks.
and not including the unit we're discussing today.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll just leave it there for the moment and move
Through
on to
you, Mr.
additional
Chair.
speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have a registered speaker in Unit 418. However, they will no longer be participating. So we will move to the speaker at 112 Sumach Street.
Mr. Bintani? All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I just ask you to speak up just a little more. Ma'am?
Yes. So my name is Pinu Bintani, and my address is 112 Sumach Street. And I live in one of the houses which is on Sumach Street. So my back door, just to give a perspective, my back garden is where the patio will be overlooking. So I just have just a couple of questions. I mean, it was a good question that one of the panelists, I think, asked about how many more units have such access and possibly could build a patio on that level. All that does is one, set precedent, and second, the noise factor just increases because if you look at the way the buildings are designed, they become a bit of a well. So there's a lot of echoing of voices and noise and all that. So I just wanted to understand if that is being taken into consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just mentioned that in terms of when I read of the purpose, it says there'll be a partition fence on the rooftop deck. I guess that's designed to help you with privacy. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, any questions for this speaker from the members? See none? Okay, we will now hear from the owner at 455 Shooter Street. Shooter Street?
Shooter Street.
Yeah, Shooter Street.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. How?
Can you hear me?
Yes, this is Bill, is it?
Yes. Yeah. Just before I start, I'd like to point out that one of the letters of objection came from my neighbor at 459 Shooter Street. So Lynn Lawson lives on Shooter Street. She doesn't live in the 90 Sumach building. So my name is...
Just for public record, we do have that resident at 459 Shutter Street on our list as under opposition. Okay, you can proceed.
Yes, we do. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Bill Eady. I live at 455 Shooter Street. I am opposed to this variance application for several reasons, and I'll be referring to a few photos that I submitted, and it's labeled materials in opposition. So if you take a look at photo 1, you can see that the building comes right up to the property line on the north and east side. And you can also see the third floor garage roof, that narrow gray slip on the north side of the building. If you look at photo 2, you can see that there are no large windows or third floor garage roof on the east side of the building. So the only large window for half of the 110 units is on the north side. So the greater potential for noise and overlook from 90 Sumach is on the north side of the building. And that is why the site-specific zoning bylaw prohibits any outdoor decks or balconies on the north side. As was mentioned earlier, in 1998, the developer removed 6.6 meters off the north side of the building to achieve a setback of the building's livable space. Without providing that setback, if you want. That setback helps mitigate noise and privacy concerns. It puts more space between 90 Sumach and the Shooter Street homes. But because the garage roof is not set back from the north property line, there are 3 different sections of the bylaw, each of which prohibit use of the parking garage roof for amenity space. And those are listed as variances in this application. Some drone photos that were taken from above the 7th floor of 90 Sumach show trees in Shooter Street backyards providing some privacy. But how much privacy is there when the backyards are viewed from the third floor garage roof? I would suggest not very much. If you look at photo number 3, it shows the view from the edge of the garage roof overlooking my backyard. Shooter Street homes have backyards with 2-meter high fences, so we have reasonable privacy from each other when using our outdoor space. We would not have protection from noise or overlook from Unit 319's rooftop deck, which is raised 7 meters above the ground. The only rooftop amenity space at 90 Sumach, which is permitted by the zoning bylaw, is on the 7th floor, and you can see this in photo 1. Section 23 of the bylaw has restrictions to reduce noise and overlook from the 7th floor rooftop. That amenity space must be at least 5 meters from the north edge of the roof, and the 7th floor north edge of the roof is 8 meters from the property line. That's a total of 13 meters setback from the north property line. By comparison, Unit 319's rooftop deck would be 0 meters from the edge of the roof and 1.3 meters from the property line. It is certainly not within the spirit of that section of the bylaw. The applicant's planner has written about development trends in the broader neighborhood, but my understanding is the application is for a minor variance from the 1994 site-specific zoning bylaw, which was the plans for land known as 90 Sumach. As was mentioned, none of the built form at 90 Sumach or any of the surrounding homes has changed since 1998. Shooter Street homeowners today should have the same protection from 90 Sumach noise and overlook that was intended by the zoning bylaw restrictions put in place when the building was converted to condos. Prohibiting any any amenity space on the 3rd floor garage roof is crucial to maintain adequate privacy for Shooter Street homeowners and to reduce noise and overlook problems. So for all of those reasons, I do not think that any of the several requested variances are minor. These variances would not maintain the intent and purpose of 90 Sumach's site-specific zoning bylaw. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for the speaker? Anything you want to follow up on? All right, see none.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
through you, Mr. Chair, then I'm going to ask the owner at 90 Sumach, Unit 320, to come up if they wish to speak.
320.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Ewens, and I live at 320, which is the unit that is directly east of 319. And I therefore live also directly west of 321, who is written in support, who will probably be looking for a terrace as well. I have a medical condition called irritable larynx, so my voice may change, so that will help you understand this. I wanted to speak not in opposition or in support. I wanted to give perspective. I'm an original owner. I moved in December 1998 with my husband, and my late husband. And the reality I knew at the time, we knew at the time, was that we had a loft that was shorter because it was knocked back the 20 feet or the 1 column. However, we were gifted and we were grateful to the community that we could live here. And secondly, we were gifted with an unopposed view. So we could walk up to the window and look to the west and see the trees. And we could walk and look to the east and see what was a tree but did disappear somehow. And we could see things. And we could look to the north and see buildings that grew a lot larger than they were originally proposed. And I saw Nelson Mandela walk into the school to give that school its new name. I'm a 5th generation born Torontonian, and so I'm fascinated that my great-grandfather worked at the distilleries down the street, and my grandfather was the fire chief at Parliament in Dundas. And by chance, because of my husband, I moved back into my area. Most of my relatives are within 50 feet of his gravesite. The reality is, I just wanted to share that I learned about the terrace on August 1 when I was en route to my son in Vancouver, and had the opportunity of talking to the board chair of the long weekend to get clarity, because I was somewhat surprised, but also unaware that 312 had been approved, which is on the western edge. And she advised me that the board's neutral. Unlike one of the letters that says the board has supported this, the board's neutral because it believes in a process that goes through City Council and is managed that way. I afterwards then reached out to 319 because we've always had a wonderful relationship, and she as well was out of town. But we talked for over an hour, and I listened with intent to her interest and her needs and desire to have this space, and I recognized what that would mean in her quality of life. And she listened to me, knowing that I would lose my 25-year unopposed view on the west side and likely on the east side, giving me a tunnel view. Because I'm not at this stage at 73 in a position to build a terrace. I am aware that when we moved in, there was a building lot that was going to create the townhouses that are now in front of us. And they kindly have planted 2 trees, which will grow at some point and give me that. And she listened to understand that I will lose that sense of being able to see the trees because the fence will be butted up against my line of sight, and has made a lot of suggestions which I believe will be fulfilled. She will try to mitigate the fact that I won't have greenery like I've always had and try to see what can do. I have a medical condition which you hear, which is activated by scent, in which I will lose my voice and I will have what looks like an asthmatic attack. It's a rare disease, irritable Larynx syndrome. She knows about it. She's been collaborative. She has given me assurance that she will not have a barbecue or smoking on the terrace because the intake to my unit is such that I won't be able to live there. I don't know whether I'll be able to make the same accommodation with anyone that might live on that site in the future, but I have hope. And I don't know whether 321 will be as accepting of my condition as well. I don't know what my late husband would have said. He was conflict avoidant, and he died and was palliated in the unit. So there's a lot of sense of memory around this unit. Ironically, his death was the weekend that I learned of the terrace. But what I wish to say is that although I'm saddened, really saddened, to lose my 25-year unopposed view and the stories that it's created in my life, I know that change happens. Not always to build better relationships, but my sadness that I do wish to share is I've never seen this type of disharmony within 90 Sumach or in my community, and that does sadden me.
Yes, I just mentioned that your time limit is up. Do you want to just sum up very quickly, make any?
That is my summary, but thank you for listening because I felt I wanted to share a perspective. I just wanted you to know the stories that go. I'm not opposing, I'm not supporting, I'm accepting.
Not sure, I just heard the part of it. Yeah, as I said, oh, miss, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, just questions. Could you come back just for a second? Yeah, just in terms of your position then, you understand, so 5 variances are being asked for here, and that would result in the terrace on the roof being allowed. Is your position you're against that or you are for it?
As I shared with you, I'm neither, because I'm a realist. But what I do know is this will not be the first one. The board chair has made it clear that there's a number of others. But I do feel that everyone does have a right to some clean air.
All right, thank you for your remarks. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, does anyone have questions?
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Sit down again.
Sorry to trouble you again.
Sorry.
Just a quick question for you, and thank you for your perspective. I think it's first time I've heard somebody who has presented a perspective that is neither in support of or in opposition. So it's interesting. just relative to your unit, where would this unit 312 that already has a space out on this
312 is on the very far west side. It's a unique scenario, and because the terrace is within his property line, and that it doesn't abut to another loft, so that there's no other loft that the fence would be seen, because there is the stairwell there. Okay.
I was just looking at that photograph, and I think that's what I'm figuring. And I imagine that from 312, if I'm not mistaken, when they look straight north, they're looking out over a driveway that goes out into Sumach?
I guess you'd have to ask the agent that worked for that, but my impression, not having gone into John's terrace, because I only sort of learned of that, is that as I read the material, there is a view that his view is more towards the west. He's on the corner of the west and the north, and so you will note that the west and the south have access to balconies. Those balconies are small, and they're pushed back on either side from the individual lofts, so they don't really interfere with views. And they're onto parking lots. But John, I think John is a relatively responsible person, and I suspect he did it mainly also for his big dog. I think one of the big factors is ensuring that people respect the quiet. Noise does travel. And there is, ironically, although not spoken about today, a patio that's being put on the back of a house on Sumach, on Shooter, that I'm not sure went through any zone of adjustment discussion, because they probably don't have that requirement to put it on, but it just appeared, and those lights come into my sight view, and the noise comes into my sight view.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
3, Mr. Chair, then that is all our speakers, so we'll get David Engelman back.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I do appreciate the neighbor at Unit 320's comments, as well as some of the other comments that have been made. Just to clarify the Unit 312 situation, it is a little bit unique in that there is, as the neighbor at Unit 320 rightly pointed out, there is a stairwell that juts out, and on the far west side, you can see it on the site plan there. And the Unit 312 terrace is adjacent to that jut out, so it acts as a privacy screen on the east side for that terrace, but it otherwise does look out to the north on other Shooter low-rise residential dwellings that are located along Shooter, just like this terrace would look with the view north. And I'll stress that ultimately, when this bylaw was put into place, when the site-specific bylaw was put into place, the intent, again, of the main provisions that we are seeking variances to is to mitigate privacy and overlook impacts. It is not to eliminate privacy and overlook impacts, because when you live in a city like Toronto, especially within the downtown, there's no such thing as eliminating privacy and overlook impacts. One has to expect that there will be a reasonable degree of your privacy and your overlook onto your property. And in that regard, the north side of this building, all those units from floor 3 to 7 have clear windows that can provide views north. So units on the 5th, 6th, 7th floor can see down onto those Shooter Street dwellings. And the view that would be provided on this terrace, I would argue, is perhaps even more mitigated than those views you would have from the windows along the north side, because we're providing the planter box as well as the vegetation within the planter box. And if you scroll down on these photos, actually, which are up on the screen, and these are photos of the Unit 312 terrace. I believe it's photo number 4 or 5. it is a picture standing, I think it's even for, yeah, that photo right there, you can see it's a picture taken standing right at the planter box and looking north. And you can see in that photo that there's hardly any views to the north, especially in the rear yards of those low-rise residential dwellings to the north. The planter box provided at Unit 312 is exactly the same as what is being proposed through this application. It is the same architect who designed that terrace that designed this one. The only difference really is the fact that we don't have the stairwell on the east side, but we're providing the privacy fencing to screen views on both the east and west sides. And in regards to noise concerns, this terrace is meant for people to use. Again, this is downtown Toronto. There's not going to be, an excessive amount of noise emanating from this terrace, more than just having people on the terrace, just as the neighbors on Shooter Street would have people within their backyard. I'll note too, I'll clarify as well, there is a laneway along the entire north side of this building. So there is separation distance provided by that laneway from the building to the rear yards of all those Shooter Street properties. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Again, it is my professional opinion that this proposal meets the intent of the zoning bylaw and meets the 4 tests set out under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. And I'm happy to answer any further questions that the committee may have.
Thanks very much. I need help with the technical glitch because all of my electronics have gone down. But just to back to the fence that you're going to put in to essentially block view, it's over 8 meters, right? Your variance is 8 point something. I just don't have it in front of me, but it's which is tall, right? This is a wooden one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll clarify the 8 meters, the 8.24 meters, I believe it is. That's inclusive of the building itself, because the variance we're seeking relates to the actual height of the building. So because we're adding a fence on top of the roof there, the fence itself is only 1.82 meters tall.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yes. Okay. All right, thank you. Members, any questions for the agent here? Yes, please, Ryan.
Yes, hi. I wondered if you've done any sound level monitoring from the location or at the neighboring locations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the terrace that's the subject of this application doesn't exist yet, so we wouldn't, even if we were able to, we wouldn't be able to do sound level monitoring because it doesn't exist. But I would just note that, again, in regards to my comments, that this is a terrace for people to use. It's downtown Toronto, and there's a number of rear yard amenity spaces in the area. There's people in the area, so I wouldn't expect that having people out on the terrace would result in any noise impacts over and above what would be considered and contemplated by the bylaw even without this terrace.
All right, thank you. We'll take this into a committee for discussion and a decision. Thank you. Members, and actually, the chair's going to ask just for a little technical help. I'm not sure that the power outlet that source is in properly. I had plugged it in, it's still in, but my system has just dropped away. So I'll get my little flashlight again underneath. But, yeah, check these.
No,
Sorry, sir. Is that power? Yeah, it was this one. Power. This one.
yeah, it's on power. Wait, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps I'll start on this one. I was quite intrigued by the fact that this building, given its historical background, that there were some site-specific bylaws that applied to it. And I can't remember who the name of the person in opposition is, but I think it's number H3A. In any event, one of the members of the public who sent in letters of opposition That's okay, Chair. Provided some interesting information with regard to certain clauses, I suppose, in the bylaw. It's very site-specific, and looking at these, I think there's obviously a reason why the setback was initiated in the first place. To now, many years later, suggest that the site-specific bylaws do not apply, I think is a little far-fetched from my perspective. I think the lady who just spoke to us, one of the neighboring properties, who in her kindness didn't take sides in either way, I think made a very good point. That the property that she purchased provided a certain view. In her case, or in any other case, because I think this will be a precedent if approved, we will have 1.8 meter fencing creating a tunnel vision for each of the units on adjacent sides to the proposed one. So I do believe that this is problematic. The site-specific bylaws there's a reason for them, and I don't think the reasons have disappeared. So I don't have any comfort with this particular application, and I don't believe that I will support it.
I'll just add, I did go back and read what I could find in the city's website, the OMB decision for when this was first approved. And I did read, in accordance with what the agent said, that these setbacks were meant to minimize, not necessarily negate privacy impacts. And I did read the TLAB decision for the unit at, what is it, 312? And on the one hand, I'm I guess of a little bit of mixed mind, because on the one hand, I see that there's a lot of similarities between this, what's proposed here for this particular unit and what was permitted by TLAB at the other unit. But I also agree with the neighbor to some extent that there's a unique location of the other unit, in that a lot of it is oriented towards the west of the building, and that has different overlook concerns. But one thing I'll note about the TLAB decision that I read for the other unit, it is a lot of the participants in that matter, just as in this matter, they raised noise issues. And the TLAB decision approving it in the section that's dealing with why it was approved, they never really addressed the noise. They only spoke to the overlook and privacy issue being mitigated by the foliage that would be planted. And so, I mean, I tend to agree with Mr. Bayat a bit that this is a really particular site-specific zoning. This is in a very particular location. The whole thing appears designed, including the amenity space on the roof, which, if I understood, is also can be used by this particular unit owner. It seems to me that it's a big change from what was contemplated by the bylaw as it was written and what it was intended to do in this very specific context of where this building is situated. So those are my thoughts.
If I may, Chair, just add another little piece. I think to suggest that 312 is the same as this particular unit, because 312 is on the other side of this portion of the building that juts out. I believe that somebody mentioned, the agent might have mentioned, that it was a stairwell contained in that space. So I think it's not comparable to this particular property.
Just one more comment. I'm agree with the city staff. If we tie to the drawings number A2.1 and the section A03, so it just shows that they're proposing the privacy screen of 1.825. So and then with combination of that and the planter and the vegetation, it will provide privacy, but obviously not any sound. The sound will travel from these privacy screen, but I think if we tie it to this drawing sections, then definitely the neighbors will get their privacy because it's enough height.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please. Yes.
Just add to that piece.
Yep.
I don't disagree with planning having suggested that the privacy screens are up and the planter box will be in place. However, the neighbor who spoke just a few minutes ago here pointed out that what she will experience at some point is a tunnel vision, which currently doesn't exist for her. Nor for any of the residents in that strip. So creating the privacy fences would suddenly create a tunnel vision perspective for her and presumably for other possible tenants as well. So I do take the planning staff's comments to heart, but I do believe that in this particular case, that's not the issue completely.
Anything further? Just looking? No, I think that, well, I'd ask someone to put forward a motion so that we can move forward on this and make a decision.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put forward a motion and see where it goes.
Okay.
So I'd like to move a motion to refuse this application as presented for the reasons I've stated.
Yes, all right. Is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, and Doug? All right. All right, all in favor then of the refusal motion? All right. All right, it seems to be three. All opposed to that? Yes, all right, for two. All right. Appears to be a 3-2 split, Madam Secretary Treasurer, but the decision then is for refusal.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask that everybody let's test the mics. It seems really low. All I ask is that you speak directly into the mic.
1, 2, 3.
Are we doing a test?
Yep, testing.
Yeah.
Test.
Good. Test.
Okay, so
Testing,
just,
testing.
yeah,
Can you
because
hear me,
it's
huh?
been a little low for this item, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so
no.
then the motion passes as refused?
Yes. 3-2 vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Off on your side, all right. Okay, and just getting back to our agenda then and items, and it was item 2. I'm just taking a quick look. In about a half an hour, I think we'll take a short break, just so people will know, members. All right. Item 2 is 83 and 97 River Street and 2-4 LABATT Avenue. And I just want to take a look at the materials that we have on that application, not state its purpose. All right, in connection with those addresses then on River and LABATT, here's the purpose: to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 122 for 2023 by the, it was passed in by the Ontario Land Tribunal, by increasing the building height from a 34-story residential building to a 37-story residential building, inclusive of 7 rental apartment units, and constructing a 4 1/2 levels of an underground parking garage. Here's the committee has considerable material on this, and it includes a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees, covering letters from Stephanie Martin as agent, a transportation report from BA Consulting. We also have a functional servicing and stormwater management letter prepared by Nick Mazuris. We have a planning rationale prepared by Mike Drawer of Bosefields. We have a shadow study prepared by Arcadis. We have an addendum to pedestrian level wind study prepared by Andrew Silas, who's with the Gradient Wind Engineering. We have rental housing demolition, and conversion declaration of use and screening form affecting the subject property. So we know that's a requirement if a certain number of rental properties are being changed. There's a site-specific bylaw, 122 for 2023, also approved by Ontario Land Tribunal, affects the property. Finally, we have presentation materials from Joseph Broccolini as agent. We have the following comments and reports or email. Email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. We have a staff report from Metrolinx, but appears to be, I think, just advisory. Finally, we have a new staff report from the Director of Community Planning and received August 9th, 24. And finally, in support, we have correspondence and support from Marty Jones, a renter in the neighborhood, and that was received August 12th, 24.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's just a couple of revisions for 2 of the variances. So I'm going to ask that the variances are posted on the screen. So variance number 3 will read, in this case, the maximum permitted gross floor area for the buildings and structures on the lot will have a total gross floor area of 26,545 square meters. So, we're just adding in the maximum, right? Because the applicant has stated that they want to build up to a maximum of 26,545 square meters. So we can make this change on the floor of the hearing. And then for variance number 8, the regulation would read a minimum of 0.2, and then the first point I would say a minimum of 0.2.
If I may.
And then, yes, we do have the applicant here in person, no registered speakers for this item, so he can speak to these minor changes.
Sure. I'll say my name for the record, Mike Drawer, land use planner and partner at Bosefields. I just want to confirm that I'm in support of these recommended changes to variances number 3 and 8. I will just maybe clarify one point on variance number 8. The change to the requirement is not a minimum of 0.2, it's just a minimum of 0. So the change to the the current requirement is from 2.0 to 0.2. That was a typo. And then the change to the proposed requirement is from 0 to a minimum of 0. Just that clarification, because the applicant does intend to potentially build some parking, so the change is to provide a minimum of 0 as opposed to just a flat 0.
Would you please repeat the last one? So through you, Mr. Chair, would the applicant repeat the last sentence modification?
Sure,
0.2 to 0, if you can.
So variance 8, it's again a typographical change. So there's two changes. One was a typo to the current requirement. So it was misstated as 2.0 spaces per unit, which is the requirement. That's not correct. The actual requirement currently is 0.2 spaces per unit. And then the second change is to, under in this case, parking spaces will be in accordance with the following, and then Roman numeral I. Currently, it says 0 occupant parking spaces per dwelling unit in the notice. What we've asked to be changed is that it would say a minimum of 0 occupant parking spaces per dwelling unit, just to allow for potentially some parking to be provided, as opposed to sort of locking in that 0. So that has been confirmed with committee staff, and we've confirmed that there's no additional notice required for these typographical changes.
Kind of lost me in a couple of points, but just sticking with what's on the screen in 8, just sort of looking at my notes, so that it says, yeah, no occupant parking spaces per dwelling unit. Sorry, there's no residential parking for people who live there?
Mr. Chair, the current proposal is to provide some parking. However, the variance being requested is to allow, essentially to align the parking requirements with the new city parking bylaw that was enacted in 2022, bylaw 89/2022, which requires 0 residential parking for occupants. So the variance being requested would permit a minimum of 0. But the way that the variance had been written is that it specifically permitted just 0. We wanted to allow that flexibility to provide some, should that be the plan. That is currently the plan. The current plan is to provide some parking. We just want to ensure that it's continuing to be permitted through this variance.
All right, thank you for that. And then just sort of a general comment with respect to the application. So you're asking to go up 3 stories from what the Ontario Land Tribunal said. So you're going from 34 to 37 units. That's correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And then the other requested change is to, because the applicant is currently studying the use of a geo-exchange system for heating and cooling of the building, there is the opportunity to potentially reduce the amount of mechanical equipment in the mechanical penthouse, and therefore to allow for a potential additional 4th story.
And per community planning report, then it's my understanding is that the applicant is willing to make a cash contribution that could be put to, in the first instance, affordable housing.
That is correct. The applicant is in full support of the conditions recommended by planning, as well as by Metrolinx as well.
All right, members, sorry, I was maybe taking too much time there. Further questions for the speaker, for the agent? Yes, Sir Ryan.
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering the rental apartments that are proposed in this development, if they will be market rent units.
Through the chair, there are 7 rental replacement units that are being proposed. That is to replace 7 existing units on the subject site today, or that were on the subject site today. Those were secured through the rental housing demolition application that was submitted with the original OPA and rezoning application. No changes are proposed to those units, so they will continue to be secured as rental replacement units at the same rent levels. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe there were a mix of affordable and mid-range units.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'm wondering how many total parking spaces will be available in this building?
Through the chair, there are currently proposed a total of 98 resident parking spaces. as well as 6 visitor spaces and 2 car share spaces. So all told, a total of 106 parking spaces. But as I mentioned before, the intent is to allow the flexibility of implementing the new parking bylaw and allow for 0 resident parking spaces. And that has been supported by the report by BA Group, as well as supported by the memo from, or the email correspondence, pardon me, from Transportation Services.
Thank you.
Very much. All right, thank you, sir. Madam Deputy Secretary, there are no further speakers, is that correct on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
No, all right, thank you. All right, members, just turning to you to take it into a committee here. Any discussion? Is someone prepared to put forward a motion? What's your wish here? As I say, we did see in the supplementary materials a report from community planning.
Chair, if I may, I'll put in a 2 cents worth here.
Please.
To the applicant, you know, we've seen a number of applications similar to this in the sense that there's a condo project being presented that was approved for a certain height. And subsequently, we've had applicants come to Committee of Adjustment for an increase in height. Subsequent to having an agreement, particularly with community. In this particular application, what I don't see is any objection from community, as we have with other projects like this. I'm just wondering, very short, forgive my ignorance in that, what was the reason for the increase in height? I probably have read it, didn't understand it, or missed it, because you don't have any objection to the increased height. Planning has given you indication of what conditions may apply to this particular project should it be approved. But there's no community opposition to this one. If I could be indulged for a moment, please.
Yeah, and through the chair, what has changed, I think, is that there is an acknowledged housing crisis across the city, and additional housing is generally speaking, a good thing if there are no additional built form impacts to it. We've reviewed the built form impacts of this development in detail, as the chair mentioned. We conducted a shadow study, a wind study, reviewed the transportation capacity in the area, servicing capacity in the area, all of which indicated there are no concerns with the additional housing that that is proposed for the 3 additional stories. As well, heights in the surrounding area have generally increased, and this would fit into that overall context. And there is the introduction of the Ontario line, which, although not within the site is not within a major transit station area associated with one of the Ontario Line stations. It is located quite close to both Corktown and East Harbour stations, approximately 900 to 1,000 meter walk to those stations. And there is additional transit in the area. And then to offset the potential impact of additional units, there is the voluntary cash contribution to affordable housing that's being proposed by the applicant and secured through city staff.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question for you, sir. In the immediate context there's the newish developments in Regent Park across the street. Do you know how tall they are in comparison?
They are, there's a maximum height in Regent Park, Phase 3, I think it's up to 32 stories. Across the street is 29. But then in the more immediate surroundings in the Queen River area, which is the area between Bayview and River Street, between Dundas and Queen, existing and approved heights up to 38 stories. Yeah, so this would fit into that context.
Members, any further discussion? No? All right. All right. Then please put forward a motion then for this. committee can consider. Here.
Thank you, Chair.
You're on the
Maybe I'll
spot.
take it. I'm not a fan of applications such as this one coming in to have previously approved for a certain height, and then there's an additional request. I think we're beginning to see some of these come before committees of adjustment, and I find them a bit problematic, especially when the community has been engaged and discussions have taken place, agreements have been put into place. In this particular case, what I noted was that there was no objection, no opposition, no community involvement, and that was a bit different. That's why I asked of the agent for the explanation that he provided. I also note that planning staff have not objected, but essentially have recommended that certain conditions be imposed. So having said all of that, I think this is an application that I can support. It is 3 stories beyond what is being requested, what was originally requested. I think this is an application that I can feel comfortable supporting. So this is one application that I would support with the appropriate conditions in place.
Yes, I think I'm of that view too, but would another member of the panel like to put forward then someone willing to second the motion?
So sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, the motion.
It wasn't quite a motion. I was hoping that my colleagues might contribute to
Thank you, Zahir.
comments. If not, I'll turn it.
You're right. Let's continue with discussion. I'll just say, I too I was moved by that there are not objections to this, and the fact that the community planning is going to get an additional benefit by providing a contribution to some affordable housing. In any event, are there any other comments by members?
I'll make a brief comment, which is that the lack of comments from neighbors, I'm not sure if that's attributable to lack of objection or to the fact that notice for a minor variance is given for such a short perimeter around the property. And when we're talking about a change going up 3 stories that casts shadows, quite a bit further outside than the area for which notice is given, I find it difficult to say whether the lack of objection is a true lack of objection or if just folks don't have notice. And I think for me, that's the biggest problem with these, bringing these types of minor variances before the committee, because they have the potential to affect a lot more people than a residential renovation. But this is the same case where the city appears supportive with the conditions that would have a definite community benefit. So for me, it's always a bit of an uncomfortable weighing of the two.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe we can come out of committee and just ask the applicant about community consultation on changes, if that is something that the members would like to hear about.
Certainly wouldn't hurt. So
Okay, so we'll come out of committee, and if the applicant can just speak to community consultation.
Through the chair, this is kind of a unique location in that so it actually used to be designated neighborhoods, and I don't know if it's worth pulling up maybe for my presentation a height map perhaps, which I think is slide sorry, slide 5, perhaps. It would be in the very late materials folder, and then slide 5, please. So what you'll see is that, and if you, I don't know if you can zoom in on the left or the right side of the page a little bit, just so we can see the immediate context. This side used to be designated neighborhoods, as did the properties to the north, and the properties to the east, through the Queen River Secondary Plan, which was adopted by the City of Toronto back in, I think, 2015. I could have my dates slightly off. And at that time, this area was seen as an area that would remain fairly constant over time. However, since that time, and since the application was filed and other applications have come in, the area really has evolved and led to a settlement on the Queen River Secondary Plan back in 2018, 2019. And effectively, we designated this entire area as mixed-use areas with different letters associated with mixed areas, A, B, C, D, and E. Essentially identifying all of these areas as growth areas in the future with a variety of tower locations identified, including on the subject site. And that is what led to the original approval on the subject site. So while there are some existing neighbors to the north, the majority of them are, as I understand, either vacant or commercial, and are lands that are intended for future redevelopment. I do know that the applicant did meet with some of their some of the landowners of the approved developments in the surrounding area. And I would also note that although there wasn't widespread community consultation in this particular case, there is one letter of support from a member of the community, and no letters of objection. So while there is, I agree that the radius of notification for minor variances in general is not particularly large. It did manage to find its way to at least one resident in the area who decided to write a letter of support of their own volition.
Thank you. We'll come back into committee. Just a friendly reminder that there is a public hearing sign on the property. So those that don't receive a letter in the mail because they're not within the 60-meter radius circulation, that if they walk by the site, they will see the sign, and that will provide them with information to contact the Committee of Adjustment office.
All right, thank you for that. Members, any further taking back into committee? Any further discussion, or is it someone prepared to move a motion on this? Yes, Ms. Zilla, please.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I also believe what my colleague mentioned, that going from 34 to 37 stories, it doesn't sound minor, but in this case, we get this case also have been reviewed by community planning, and we got a even report and the condition that they put forward, and as a result, this by granting this 3 stories, then the applicant will provide some, add some units to the City of Toronto, which we all shortage of having units, and also other cash contribution and other conditions that they accept that community planning would like to put forward. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to August 9th report of community planning with all the conditions which stated in that staff report.
Sorry to have your approval.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's 10 after 11. I'm suggesting that we, because the next item 2, I think, could be lengthy, suggesting a 10-minute break and allow
Okay,
people
so
to,
we'll be back at 11:20 then?
yeah, that's perfect. Give everybody a short time to get washroom break or whatever. So I'll just turn off my mic.
testing. Testing, testing.
by constructing an outdoor sidewalk patio abutting Argyle Street. City has the following communications. We have a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from James Saad, agent. We have a earlier decision of the Committee of Adjustment from 2013 that's mentioned that would affect this property. We have email correspondence from transportation staff. And in terms of commenting reports or agents, we have the following email correspondence from Transportation Engineering Coordinator. We have a staff report from the Manager of Community Planning, received August 7th, 2024. Those interested or concerned, we have correspondence in concern from a Jerry Rabba at 65 Argyle Street. I'll just see if that...
We have included a rationale with our submission materials. outlining the scale and scope of the requested minor variances, which is very much in keeping with the minor variances granted back in 2013 to allow for the previous bakery.
Oh, okay.
We have reviewed the staff report from Community Planning, who have expressed support for the street animation that we are proposing, and we are agreeable to the conditions that they wish to impose on the operation of the enclosed patio. We have submitted our application to the city's Transportation Services Division respecting the occupation of the boulevard, and it is obvious that an outdoor patio is a greater public benefit than a vehicle parking space. We were not aware of the number of deputants registered to speak to this item until just now. This surprise is problematic insofar as we're not available to address or respond to any concerns because they are unknown. In closing, we wish to stress that the eating establishment use is a permitted use and that any concerns that neighbors may have should be related to the 3 minor variances being sought. These variances are indeed minor and meet with the other 3 tests of the Planning Act. I'm available for any questions that Chair and members may have.
Yes, thank you. Just taking a look at those variances. Members, any questions of the agent on this property in Ossington?
I may, Chair. Thank you. Just I somehow, maybe my memory is going, but I think this application came before us a while ago, and I can't remember what the issue was at the time. But I remember that the garage door, was that the parking space that's no longer being used as part of the bakery?
That is correct.
Yeah. So the garage door is non-functional as a garage door.
That's correct.
Presumably deliveries, but not much more than that.
Yeah, the parking space it's located inside the building and that garage door is being repurposed for the eating establishment use.
Great. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no other comments at this time or questions? We'll wait to hear from all the speakers, perhaps. Okay, then at this time, there is one person here in person that wishes to speak, so we'll have them come to the podium first, and then we'll deal with those speakers online.
Hello. Hi, my name is Elisa Hui, and I am from 58 Argyle Street, Toronto, Ontario, M6J1N9. So for me, I do oppose specifically the use of or having a patio. And the reason for that is because our property is essentially right across the street. It's the first residential property off of Ossington on Argyle on the north side. And so we have concerns that the noise from the patio will affect our ability to use our space as a residential property. The front of our house is the top floor and the main floor. Both of those rooms are bedrooms. And so I think like having a patio right across the street would make that difficult. That's it.
Okay, are those your comments? Any questions for this speaker?
Just through you, Mr. Chair, just I want to get your address one more time.
It's 58 Argyle Street.
Thank you.
And you're across the street from the proposed patio, is that what I heard? Yes, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, then at this time, we'll go to the speakers online. So we'll hear from our first speaker at 66 Argyle Street. Jasmine Kumar.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Hi there. So my name is Jasmine Kumar. I reside at 66 Argyle Street. Many of my neighbors are on the call today to speak with you about how we would like the requested variances to be denied. There is a litany of arguments that my neighbors are going to be able to better articulate than myself, but I would like to take the time to set the larger context and urge the members of the committee to think about Arlington Avenue's footprint and how it has really changed in the last few years for those of us that have been residing in this community. This is the section between Dundas Street and Queen Street. In the last number of years, many businesses that were providing a utility to the community members, including the bakery that previously resided here, are now being replaced by pubs and restaurants and bars of that sort, many of which are very similar to what's being proposed here today. This has resulted in a huge explosion in the number of people that actually visit the area. Also, what that means is everything that comes with it. So increase in garbage, increase in drunken disorderliness, parking issues, and noise. So while we respect the fact that businesses have a right to operate on Ossington and they should be operating as within the boundaries of the bylaws, they are now continuing to push the boundaries of Ossington Avenue onto the residential sides. So this is a characteristic of encroachment. So those of us that actually live here, these are not minor asks. This is going to affect those that live in this community, that are building families in this community, that are building a sense of a home here. This is not repeat patrons for coming in and drinking during the day or on the weekends, and that are just going to be coming and going, as we see already with all the establishments on Ossington Avenue. This is an effort to maximize profits at the expense of people that call this home. So I'm urging the community to think about the fact that this patio is not like other patios. This is asking for a lot for those that live here that have already dealt with the lot in the last few years. Thank you very much.
Yes, just in respect of those comments, could you state how, if the variances are granted, how would you be impacted?
So my property would also be impacted in terms of noise. There is already an extensive amount of noise that comes from Ossington Avenue, and now with this proposed patio facing onto the residential street or on the residential street, that will result in a lot of additional noise, additional people that are frequenting the area on the residential side, which we've already continue to see. I also neighbor an alleyway where a lot of people find themselves loitering after a good night out on Ossington. So there's garbage that results in that. There's parking implications as well. So people, they will be taking away some of the street parking there. So that's going to impact the people that already are living there and trying to find parking for their visitors. So I'm located less than 100 feet away, and I can already hear Ossington Avenue. Now this is actually going to be on Argyle, so even more so.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, any other questions for this speaker?
Just one quick question, if I may, of the speaker. From Google Map or Google Street View, I note that there's a restaurant on Ossington opposite the bakery.
Yes.
Do you know if that one creates any issues for that particular part of the street, or are you just saying generally that areas become overrun?
Which one are you thinking of? The address, please, of which patio?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, which restaurant are you referring to? There's a lot.
It's a good question. I can't quite see the name. Tsingtao. It's a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, so that one is located at like 123. So that's like an outdoor area. There is usually one or two people sitting there. It's completely outdoors, and there's very little noise that emanates from that particular area. It's a restaurant, like a small family-run restaurant that's been a staple in the community for many years.
Okay. Thank you.
Very different. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? See none? Oh, one.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The neighbors stated that there is a parking issue. So we got a letter from transportation. Generally, they said they had no objection to this proposal, but at the same time, they asked for obtained separation encroachment approvals from the permit and enforcement section of transportation services. So it means generally the transportation had no objection to it, just with some condition. Just want to state this to the.
Thank you for stating that, but my neighbors can speak more to the parking issue that is happening there, because we have seen a lot of the parking spots that exist are not occupied by those that live at the residences on the street. They're by visitors that come and go. So I think that all parking needs to be considered in that context.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, then we can move on to the next speaker at 65 Argyle Street.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Duden, and I live at 65 Argyle Street, Toronto, Ontario, M6J1N8. I'm opposed to these variances because my house is about 5 houses away from the Ossington Strip, so very close to the site in question. My husband and I have a 10-month-old baby, and hers and our bedroom windows face Argyle. I love the community, but what was once a diverse street is turning into a strip of only bars and licensed establishments. We used to have a pharmacy, a hardware store, a laundromat. They've all turned into licensed drinking establishments. This very site in question used to be a bakery, and it's now turned into yet another licensed establishment. There's no lack of bars on Ossington, and their increasing number and the issues they bring is affecting the residents and families more than ever. It's also taking away from the diversity of the neighborhood. I want to talk about the specific variances that are being requested here. Increasing the patio size will obviously increase the number of patrons, which will increase the noise levels. Other similar patios on residential streets off of Ossington have a capacity of 20 people or less. This is asking for 38 people, and they will definitely be heard by the nearby residents. It's going to create a significant burden of noise, garbage, and late-night foot traffic on the corner of Argyle, which is within 10 meters of a row of family homes. The patio in question is also adjacent to a residential home. The other variance of the expansion of the window area will also drastically increase the noise. The current window allowance, from my understanding, is 4 square meters. In this case, the aggregate area of the operable windows and doors on the ground floor facing Argyle Street will be 24.76 meters squared. The plans also show retractable windows. The 6 other residential patios around the area do not have retractable windows. Again, this patio is within 10 meters of a row of family homes, and it's going to significantly disrupt the ability of families to wind down and enjoy their homes. When Bellwood's Brewery, which is at the northwest corner of Ossington and Argyle, open their windows, we can hear the noise from drunk patrons and music through our and our baby's bedroom windows. And I believe their windows are within the allowed 4 meter squared size. I fear what a window of 6 times that size will sound like. The removal of the parking space, my concern is also about sufficient loading space. But I will let other neighbors speak to that more. Again, just like to reiterate, my biggest concern is the noise of drunk patrons who shout rather than talk, as well as foot traffic. I fear this will also set a precedent for future bar, club, and establishment owners to build their patios on other residential streets nearby, thereby making the city even less livable than it has already become. I'd also like to say that I read the planning staff recommendations to close the patio at 11, and I'm grateful for that. But I would like to add that the closing of all windows and doors should also happen at 11, because it's not only the amplified music, it's the drunk people shouting that we are very concerned about. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are there any questions for this speaker? See none. Okay, we'll move on to the owner at 60 Argyle Street. Wendy Neymark.
Wendy.
Hi, Wendy, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning, Wendy. You there?
You hear me?
Yes, could you speak up louder?
Great. Can you hear me now?
That's much improved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And as you can see from Tatiana, Elisa, and Jasmine, we are very concerned as a neighborhood. I appreciate the time to talk. I appreciate the planning office's review. What I'd like to reiterate is that side patios require a particular sensitivity in terms of variance considerations. For example, my bedroom is less than 10 meters in diagonal from that patio. I go to bed at 10 o'clock at night. And while the Golden Turtle has an open patio, they close at 9 o'clock at night. And so the points that I'd like to focus on are related to the first two variances. We did, as a neighborhood, do an assessment of the 6 other residential patios. And as Tatiana said, the increase from 9.27 meters to 15.8 meters allows for approximately double the number of people, which is unprecedented. And all the things that Tatiana and the other folks have said are going to amplify, regardless of closed windows, regardless of 11 o'clock, we're still going to hear at the size of a 15.8 meter patio, excess noise later than we experience now. To point 2 on the expansion of window size, Tatiana already made that point. Again, it's about increased noise that we're going to have to face, and it's going to put strain. The one thing as well, as you think about this is an all-season patio. All the other 6 patios are seasonal. And so in addition to the size, we're going to have to deal with this all year round. The last point, and then Amy at 62 will speak about the parking in more detail. Units 58, 60, 62, and 64, we don't have parking behind our house because we don't have backyards. We rely on the street in front of us, and it's becoming increasing challenge. This, with the added loading, and remember, Argyle is a one-way street with a bike lane that already is a challenge safety-wise. So crowding is a problem, parking is a problem, taking away space that can be used for loading and garbage is going to create more of a treacherous dynamic in that area. So I think what I'm trying to say is these may be minor variances from the letter of the law. From the neighborhood and from the people around them, these are major variances. And so I stand in support of my other neighbors that they should not be allowed.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is there further speaker?
Mr. Chair, are there any questions for this resident? See none? Okay. We will move on to the speaker from 62 Argyle Street.
Members, is my audio okay?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Amy Chen. I'm a resident of 62 Argyle Street. I am speaking here today to respectfully ask the committee to decline all 3 proposed variances at 112 and 114 Ossington Avenue in order to mitigate safety and noise impacts to our neighborhood. Today, I will be speaking specifically in regards to the proposed removal of parking and the proposed expansion of patio space from the perspective of loading and parking and its impacts to road safety and accessibility. The two existing parking spaces provide space for loading activity that the restaurant and bar may require. As restaurants and bars require restocking frequently in the city, the maintenance of the two parking spaces would be necessary to facilitate the frequent loading and restocking that would be required for a food and drink establishment. As the proposed plans do not show a dedicated loading facility, and the city does not currently provide any loading zones in the neighborhood, I have strong concerns over where the establishment plans to park vehicles to unload food, beverages, and supplies. Street parking on Argyle in this area is already at capacity, and the existing right-of-way on Argyle Street does not provide sufficient space to accommodate on-street parking, particularly at the expected frequency of a restaurant and bar. Any street loading would impede the one-way vehicular lane and bike lane, with no alternatives for either mode of transportation. From the perspective of parking demand, the removal of parking at 112 and 114 Ossington and increased use of parking for the restaurant-related businesses will further exacerbate an already high problematic parking situation. Several homes in Argyle do not have parking spaces like Wendy had mentioned, and we depend on street parking. From the perspective of safety and accessibility, the removal of the two parking spaces and its availability for loading would create significant risks to pedestrians and cyclists, as the legal loading activity on street would block the narrow roadway of Argyle, creating additional points of conflicts between cars, pedestrians, and cyclists, increasing the chance of traffic-related fatalities and injuries. This is an avoidable condition through thoughtful design. However, the proposed application's lack of loading provisions directly conflicts with the principles of the city's Vision Zero road safety plan. Vision Zero prioritizes the safety of our most vulnerable road users, and I urge the committee to hold the same priority for safety. 112 and 114 Ossington proposes a total commercial GFA of over 500 square meters, which requires one Type B loading space as per zoning bylaw 569/2013. To ensure sufficient loading facilities are provided, I recommend that the committee and planning staff coordinate with city transportation staff to confirm those loading requirements. Aside from transportation staff requirements, I do urge the committee to look at the transportation impacts from the perspective of us residents and pedestrians and cyclists of the neighborhood. To conclude, I ask the committee to decline all three proposed variances and for the applicants to revise their plans to meet loading rates in the zoning bylaw. Thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to voice my safety concerns with respect to parking and loading. Due to the time I was only able to speak to these areas of concern, I do, however, have the same concerns over noise, garbage, and general impacts to the neighborhood, as that have been mentioned by my neighbors wonderfully. And thank you, committee members, for the time.
Yes, thank you, members. Any questions for the speaker? All right, I'm seeing none.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to the owner at 120 Ossington Avenue.
20, okay.
Michael Smith.
Smith.
Hi, Michael, a little bit louder, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
Great. Hi there. Just state for myself, Michael Smith. I am actually a tenant in 120 Ossington, Unit 1, and I am on the side street of Argyle at the back of the building that houses Bellwood's Brewery. So I actually look out my south windows, and I am directly across from what would be the property in question and the patio that is being proposed for Argyle. So I've been fortunate to live in the neighborhood for years, and alongside other neighbors have a love of Ossington and our neighborhood, and also real concerns about what comes with the Ossington Strip continuing to become one of the most sought after destinations for people from across Toronto and the world. What I will say, and this is my observation, having lived through the process of Bellwood's Brewery expanding on the north side of Argyle. What that's looked like is inevitably some increase in noise. It's also meant an increase in people drinking and ultimately coming outside to smoke on Argyle. That's directly outside of my windows. And it's ultimately people vomiting in my garden after dark and stumbling around the neighborhood, sitting on my bench, yelling, shouting. And we can all, as neighbors who love Ossington, tolerate that to a certain extent. But as other neighbors and residents have shared, these are issues that affect sleep and quality of life. So we are absolutely supportive of a vibrant Main Street. The issue here is when it's really encroaching on the side streets. And to be fair and welcoming to new neighbors, including new establishments, absolutely want you to run a great business. And to suggest that this patio, more than double in size, existing patios on a side street be allowed it's kind of laughable. And I say that with a genuine appreciation of people trying to make their business work. There's a great large indoor space. The patio that's being proposed is significant. I would say it's more than double what really should be there. And if we're really kind of understanding the dynamics, the bakery would have loading trucks coming daily. Those trucks would generally pull up on the curb, blocking the sidewalk. We have a bike lane going two ways, and it's a one-way street. So with the pedestrian meridian that's separating in the bike lane, it's really narrow, and it's actually a real safety concern intersection. And additional trucks and no designated space to have loading and unloading, it's going to be an issue. It absolutely is. So what I would say is that if the architect and the folks are really serious about being good neighbors and really understanding the concerns of those that live in the community and do care about this community thriving together, then we really need to manage the various considerations, which absolutely do include how garbage is going to be stored, recycling, compost. We have lots of rats in the neighborhood. That's an issue. Pest control. So we need to do things right. We need to have a designated space, which won't exist unless we actually have a much smaller patio for the storing of garbage and waste. We need a designated space for loading and unloading. And we need to ultimately have a consideration of the noise and other impacts in terms of garbage and safety that will affect various residents. So I can't support any of these three proposed revisions. The reality is that when we look at them together, these are not minor. They are major revisions. And it might be that, we start with the much smaller patio to start. And then, just as other folks in the neighborhood might have in the past, come back in a couple of years. But I think for a new neighbor joining the community to think that a patio of this size, double what's existing, should be in place, it's just not realistic. And I'm happy to answer any questions. But I do think that the noise and reduced window space, reduced patio size, and the maintaining of parking are really essential. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. Members, any questions for the speaker? No, I see none. All right. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We did have other registered speakers, but we've made multiple attempts to contact them and have not been able to reach them. The owner at 57 Argyle, the owner at 61 Argyle, the owner at 68 Argyle, and then a resident that didn't provide us with their municipal address, but by the name of Jessica Neeb. So these four individuals we've attempted to contact them, but have not been successful. So at this point, we can go back to the agent.
Okay. All right, so back to you, sir. And I guess in terms of reply, we're going to ask you to address the items, the concerns that were raised.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. In response to the comments that the neighbors had so eloquently provided, repetition, whatnot, we wish to stress again that the eating establishment is a permitted use and that an outdoor patio is also permitted as accessory to the permitted eating establishment. We have worked with community planning to draft conditions that would be tied to this committee's decision. These conditions serve to mitigate any potential and/or perceived impacts in respect of noise and/or visibility. Those conditions are listed in the staff report that was provided by community planning and dated August 7th. This has undergone a very thorough zoning review by competent building division staff. There is no requirement for a loading space with this eating establishment, and therefore the loading space requirements, the removal of boulevard parking to provide for an outdoor patio is inconsequential to this matter. We are unable to control the behavior of patrons at other eating establishments along Ossington Avenue. That's something that's completely out of, my client's control. That being said, my client assures that they will abide by the noise bylaw provisions that are established through the City of Toronto and that they will comply with all other respects, including, alcohol licenses through the Alcohol and Gaming Commission and whatnot. And I'm available for any additional questions that the members may have.
Just one thing, sort of arising from transportation services. So I take it the patio is going to encroach somewhat on the public road allowance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
See, all right. And you would have to, you probably have to enter into an encroachment agreement with the city through transportation.
That's correct. And there will be conditions imposed through entering into that encroachment agreement. There will be insurance provisions required. There will be building code obligations that are required. So the enclosed patio will be constructed in accordance with all the applicable rules and laws.
Are you able to say sort of what percentage of the patio would sit on the public road allowance as opposed to the rest of it? Like,
it's a substantial portion. The majority of the patio will lie within the boulevard portion.
Right. Thank you. Members, any questions for the engineer? Yes, please proceed.
To you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for the applicant. Are you proposing something similar to what across the street, the Golden Turtle restaurant already have?
Well, fortunately, what we are proposing is actually an enclosed patio. So, I mean, you're generally torn in this situation. It's if we had an open air patio like what exists across the street, there would be complaints with respects to noise and whatnot. So we're proposing to enclose the patio so that we can mitigate any concerns in respect of noise. And now that's gone back and bit us in the behind, so to speak, because now they're claiming that it's going to be an all-season patio, and then the noise problems will still prevail.
And then regarding the size of what you're proposing, is it kind of similar to what they have, or it's smaller?
Yeah, so what we're proposing is roughly a patio that's 15 square meters in area, 150 square feet. So you're looking at a patio that's roughly 10 by 15 square feet, 10 by 15 in dimensions, which is not like large by any capacity.
So it's kind of like half the size of the...
So I'm not immediately familiar with what's occurring at the Golden Turtle, although from the deputations I understand that it is an open air patio and the hours of operation of that patio are limited to the hours of the restaurant's operation. Likewise, city planning has come forward with conditions that would be imposed on this decision should the committee choose to decide in our favor, where the operation of the patio would be limited to 11 p.m.
Okay. Also, through you, Mr. Chair, the reason I just bring out that example because I understand, I listened to all the comment of the neighbors, and this is a specific site, is Ossington. Of course, there are different restaurants and bakeries in different areas that people will use. But the reason I bring that example is because it's kind of a mirror example of what you're proposing, and that's also it started of the another residential street. So that's why I was trying to find an example that what city staff approved before existing and what you propose to understand the situation. Thank you.
Appreciating the likened example to what's occurring on the south side of the street.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just ask a quick question. This particular establishment, if I'm not mistaken, the restaurant that is intended to be there is part of a chain that's based in Calgary as well, I believe?
I do believe that's correct.
Okay. So I was just trying to figure out, what kind of establishment you're intending to open up, because the people in opposition do raise, concerns that are real from their perspective. They live just up the road, I don't. And I think that's something to always think about, the impact on the neighbors. The golden turtle almost sounds very, that lives up to its name. It's a turtle, very quiet. The website that the operation that's intended to locate in this spot, I don't think the website actually does it justice, because it suggests a very vibrant, exciting place to be, and I am concerned that perhaps the noise levels may be more problematic. It won't be a calm turtle, but rather a different kind of creature. So it does concern me. I'm not sure what your response to my thoughts are.
My response would be, first of all, we would consider the 4 conditions that community planning is proposing to impose on the patio. We're speaking to amplified noise, hours of operation, mitigating controlling the operation of the openings along the south wall, and also screening the west side from the residential approach. It should also be noted that the adjacent property, immediately adjacent on the north side of Argyle Road, is zoned commercial residential. So it is not a residential. I mean, the uses that are occurring in there, I think the property is for sale now, by the way, but the uses do permit commercial uses in that property. To address your question, it is unconvincingly difficult to regulate the type of eating establishment you would have at a particular property. So, I mean, whether that be a mundane eating establishment or a breakfast establishment or a cocktail lounge or a dinner establishment, an eating establishment by definition is a permitted use at the property, and that would be something that would be extraordinarily difficult to zone for.
I get your point. It's always a challenge. It is a big challenge. The dilemma, I suspect as well, is that if one suggested a reduction in sizes, I think one of the individuals mentioned, start with something smaller, then perhaps later on. The cost factors, I think, are prohibitive, because once you establish something, it's hard to go back and renovate again. So I think I see the point of, if you're establishing it, you develop it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right. We've exhausted speakers then. Those additional persons have not come back or online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. And we've already heard the deputation, so we can't go back to any speakers.
All right, members, take it into committee for discussion or bringing a motion forward on this.
Maybe I'll start the conversation.
Yes.
Chair, if I may. From what I understand, the applicant has a right to create a structure. The structure, of course, in question that's being asked for is somewhat larger than what is allowed. And I think that's always a dilemma. What's allowed is not financially or economically a realistic proposition. So, you maximize your potential. The dilemma also for those having concerns is that you are living in a neighborhood which, unfortunately or fortunately, whichever the case may be, has become a very popular destination for eating establishments and other such establishments. And that, I think, is quite the case in many parts of the city at the moment. And I imagine just will increase. So I am a little torn in terms of the concerns that the residents have expressed and the reality of the economics of that part of the city. So I have a dilemma in terms of which way to go. I'd like to hear from my colleagues to see what maybe convince one way or the other.
I'll go ahead and speak. I have a little bit of the same dilemma because it's very clear from the neighbors that one of the big concerns is the noise. And the city has suggested conditions to deal with the noise in part. But just looking at the four tests and it's got the four different components of it. So the increase in the depth of the patio, that's a 70% increase, which is difficult to, in a numerical way to call it minor. In terms of impacts, we're hearing about what the neighbors are concerned about. And then in terms of the second variance, that's a 500% increase over what would be the bylaw, but a 28% increase over what is now. So it's also big when you look in the context of, this particular neighborhood. And then when I read the city's planning letter, they conclude that they think it would be an appropriate use of the land. And that's only one of the three aspects of the test. So it doesn't really help me understand how they think that this is a minor variance in terms of size and impact. And so, for me, given all the concerns of the neighbors, I actually thought, there was no evidence about why it's economically unfeasible to start with a smaller patio. That's an assertion in the documentation provided, and I'm sure it's commercially sensitive information or whatever the case may be, but I actually thought that the speaker from 120 Ossington that suggested starting with a smaller size then expand to see what the impacts are, I thought that was perhaps a more sensible approach to me. Those are my thoughts.
Zilla or Ryan, any comment on this? Yes, Ryan. Okay.
I can add that to you, Mr. Chair. It's, as my colleague pointed, this site located in Ossington, that there's different restaurants, bars, and eating establishments. But this particular address is right at the Ossington and another intersection, Argyle Street. Right across the street on east side, there is similar proposal Golden Turtle, that they have open patio. This is the closed patio. And this application also reviewed by community planning, manager and community planning, and we got a staff report. If we want to approve it, even if we want to approve it, there are 4 conditions. 2 of them directly address the sound, because they want to mitigate the negativity of the the sound. For example, one of the conditions is there will be no outdoor music and amplifier sounds on the patio. The other condition is door and windows to the establishment will not be left open or proper open while there is a music and amplifier sound in the interior. So, and also they put some on the west side, screening partition so that they can just provide some screening on one side. So, and then the operation hours is limited. So this application have been reviewed by manager of community planning, and they believe that if this condition will apply, that will help the negative impact of this proposed establishment. Regarding the variance, we have 3 variances. Yes, variance number 1, the depth proposed is 15.8 versus 9.27 permitted, which trigger the condition that transportation will put. And the last variance is about no parking space provided, which transportation have no problem with that one. So overall, by looking at the variance and the conditions that the city proposed, and the context and the neighboring similar establishment across the street, I think this is supportable for me.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ryan.
Mr. Chair, I hear the concerns of the neighbors, and I put myself in their shoes when I consider this application and its impacts to the local community compared with the transformation of the Ossington Strip to an entertainment hub. And I agree with my colleague who just spoke about the conditions. I think that the conditions recommended here do mitigate a lot of the concerns, and therefore I find this application supportable.
All right, thank you. Heard from everyone. Does any member want to entertain and put forward a motion?
Yeah, I'll put forward a motion to approve the application subject to the conditions recommended by city staff.
All right, is there a seconder for that motion?
I second that motion.
Zola. All right. All in favor of supporting that? All right. All in favor of the motion? So there are two. All right. And opposed then? Right, opposed? I'm sorry. Yes.
2 opposed.
Is it here you're dissenting?
No.
Oh, you're in favor of it. I'm sorry. Okay. Madam Secretary Treasurer, I think we have a 3-2 in favor of passing the report.
Okay, so the motion passes. Approval with community planning conditions
Right.
as well as transportation services conditions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 5, as item 4 was deferred.
Yes, okay. Let me just catch up with that then. Yes. That's 63 Hereon Street. All right, members and the public, 63 Hereon Street. The purpose is to alter the existing 2 1/2-story row house dwelling by reconstructing the front covered porch and stairs. Committee has before it plan a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plans, revised zoning notice, 5 photographs of the subject property, and covering letters from Maggie Wu as agent, and also a, looks like a 2006 decision of this Committee of Adjustment. Culminating agents, we have a staff report from the, by the Acting Director of Community Planning. So there's the staff report. And there's correspondence in support from 2 persons. Surnames are both Wang, but that's 61 Hereon Street and 65 Hereon Street. And again, we're dealing with 63. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
All right. Okay. Hi, then. Is an agent applicant online then for this property on Huron? And I'm just calling it up on my computer as we.
Hello, Maggie.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Oh, it's just the end of the afternoon, but we'll allow that. Okay. Yes, please. Do you want to just very briefly tell us your application, what you're asking for, and it does not seem to be a large change.
Okay. My name is Maggie.
Yeah.
OU. And the suite number is 1608 83 Borough Drive, Toronto. And my client want to have a new porch, new front porch. That's the reason we came to committee adjustment.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. And the ownership, is that a family member owning this property at 63 Huron?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Wu, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We, according to the recommendation from the committee planner,
yes,
we have increased the soft landscape from 0% to 26.7% of the front yard area. So, which the item 4 in the zoning notice has been changed.
So, yeah, just to clarify this, so that's good. There was 0 soft landscape going to be open in the front, and it says, sorry, I'm sorry, just state that again. I don't have the report in front of me. So you're going from 0 to what % of soft landscaping in the front yard?
26.7%.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, variance number 4 will be amended. So it is 26.7% at 4.14 square meters. 4.14 square meters.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the agent online? Yes.
Yes, through you,
Zilla,
Mr.
please.
Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I just have a question from the agent. How much is existing landscape, soft landscape?
Existing is 0.
Yeah, because when I look at your building and all the other buildings, there is only 1 tree, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, in front of your property, and the rest have this interlock. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But
yes.
There is no landscaping on any of your neighboring property and your property, correct?
Correct.
But you want to replace some of those interlocks to do to add some soft landscaping?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you're saying there'd be some permeable pavers you might be able to put in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? No. Okay. I'm not. I think fine. I don't think we need a full presentation on this. Members, are you prepared to put forward a motion? Yes. Here, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application, and the concerns that I too circled with, highlighted with regard to the soft landscaping, I think that's been addressed now that we've got 26.7% additional soft landscaping, which is tremendously improved. So I'd like to put forward a motion to approve this amended application.
Yes.
And I believe there's in planning, the planning, there's a planning condition, or is it staff report?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's community planning condition tying the proposal to the site plan as revised dated August 6, 2024.
Thank you.
Good. Second there for that amendment? Yes, Ryan is here. All right, please. Okay, so it's moved and seconded. All in favor of that revised proposal? Yeah, I think we've got unanimity there, Madam Chair. So, all right. All right, that's been approved. Miss, thank you. We'll turn next on our agenda then. We'll go to item 6, 25 Delavan Avenue. And I'm just going to take a moment just so I check my own notes on this. Okay. All right. The purpose of this application on Delavan Avenue is as follows: to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition with a balcony and a 2-story partial west side addition to accommodate a new interior stairwell. Committee has before it plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. There's reference to an earlier decision of the Committee of Adjustment, looks like 2010. There's an arborist report, and there are presentation materials from Brenda Eason as agent. Just in terms of support, there's correspondence and support from John Aquino and Lisa Robinson at 27 Delavan Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We did have one person registered to speak at 23 Delavan Avenue, but they're just observing.
Just observing, all right,
Yep.
thank you.
So at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Brenda Eisen. I'm the agent for the applicant. I'm at 91 Tychos Drive in Toronto.
Yes, thanks for speaking up, yes. Okay. Just going to go to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do the members need a presentation for this application? See none?
Seeing none for discussion, all right, additions.
Are there questions to the applicant?
All right, I think, thanks. I'll just ask you to hang on, agent, and members then, do you want to put forward a motion on this? Yes, and Azilla, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This is a very straightforward application, and I think the proposal is minor. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Yes, there's a seconder for that motion. All right, there is. Here, thank you. All right, all in favor of that motion to approve? All right, that has passed. Has passed unanimously. So the approval is given for those minor variances. Thank you. Yes, moving forward in our agenda then, item number 7, I'll just get to that. The address is 25 Sackville Street. Here's the purpose: to alter the existing 2-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a partial rooftop structure, so it's a pergola and wood deck above the existing flat roof and attached to the stair enclosure. So again, just on that then, where it's in terms of what they're doing, pergola and wood deck above the flat roof. Committee has the following. We have a copy of the plan, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 2 photographs of trees. commenting agencies, there's a staff report from, urban design, staff report really from Heritage is interesting, an advisory staff report from Metrolinx, that's fine, and support, there is a correspondence and support from Matthew Hilgren at 23 Sackville Street, so nearby.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
All right, so let's call the agent forward then on this.
Bruno Lopez, you've been unmuted.
Morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopez from MXL Engineering, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West, and I'll be representing the owner.
Thank you. I'm just calling up the matter. So there's just two variances asked for, all right. Members, do you think any kind of presentation is needed here? I think we're fine. All right. All right. So we'll just ask you to stand by, sir, for a moment. Okay, two variances requested, and yeah, floor space index increases, but just to 1.33. Members, prepared to bring forward a motion on this?
Sure.
Yes.
I suppose my potential concern when I looked at the application was that it would look odd with the stairwell coming up to the roof if you could see it from the city, but I see that this potential issue is addressed by the condition suggested by, I believe it's planning, urban design, city planning, to get the heritage planning approval before
oh, yes,
the issuance of the building permit. So I think ultimately this is a very minor application with no adverse impact to the neighbors. So I would move to approve, subject to the condition that I just mentioned.
Yes, that's thank you, and helpful. Yes, a condition suggesting then, all right, before the building permit issues, Heritage wants to be able to review the plans and see what's happening. Sounds good. All right, yes.
I'll second that, Chair.
Sure, all right. All in favor then, of approval? Yes, that's true. Thank you. The minor variances subject to that condition to Heritage are approved. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, item number 8 has been deferred, so
Yes,
we move
right.
on to item number 9.
Okay.
2161 Yonge Street.
Yes, let's get to that too. Gotta get here. All right, sir. All right, thank you. So moving to this application on 2161 Yonge Street, here's the purpose of the application: to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 153 for 2022. That would be approved at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So to alter that for a 38-story mixed-use building by increasing the residential gross floor area for a total of 360 residential dwellings, reducing the commercial office gross floor area, and reducing the number of required parking spaces. Also to permit a home occupation use, that is a personal service shop, within the building, and to reduce the required width of 4 obstructed parking spaces. Here's what committee has: copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from Daniel Salvucci as agent. Reference is also made then to a 2023 decision of this committee, a planning rationale that comes from Louis Tinker of Bousfields. Presentation materials have been submitted through Daniel Salvucci as agent. There's a transportation study, there are tree permits, and also then the site-specific bylaws are set out for us, one in 22 and one in 24. Here are the commenting agents or reports: email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. There are staff reports again from Community Planning. Also a Development Officer of Property Planning and Development. Oh, I see, from TTC, okay. From TTC, and an advisory report from Metro. And, all right, those are the materials.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in
Yes,
person. No registered speakers for this item.
All right, helpful to know. All right, sir, introduce yourself and give us your property address. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lewis Tinker. I'm a planner and partner at Bousfields, Inc., located at Suite 200, 3 Church Street. I'm also joined, if necessary, can also speak to this item, is Alex Alpion from Tribute Communities.
And could I just ask you to speak up a little bit? Just, yeah.
Sorry, would you like me to repeat that again?
Maybe just that last.
I was just referring to my colleague here, Alex Alpion from Tribute Communities. He's the developer representative here today to answer any questions as well.
All right, there are 7 variances sought. Perhaps you just fill us in a little more. I guess they're saying you're increasing residential gross floor area and taking away some commercial. So does the GFA change, like for the total?
The total GFA of the building does not change.
Okay.
The site-specific zoning bylaw that applies to the property has a maximum residential GFA and a minimum non-residential GFA related to office use. This is fundamentally what is happening here is that the office that was originally contemplated for the podium of the building is being reduced by 50%, and that 50% of that area within the podium is being replaced with what you might refer to as live-work units, but from a zoning perspective, it's being referred to as the owner-occupied units. And what we're doing here is we're trying to replicate, still provide for employment-type uses, kind of a hybrid, if you will, that's reflective of kind of evolving changes in the way in which and the places within which people work these days, post-COVID. And so we have those podium, each of the floors of the podium will have a combination of true traditional office space that will be accessed by a lobby and an elevator off of Yonge Street. And within that same floor plate, there'll also be a series of live-work units that will be given enhanced kind of permissions for their use, including personal service shop, and also will allow for, quote, customers or clients to visit those live-work units as well. So we're really trying to provide a fairly innovative kind of solution here to try to maintain employment-type opportunities, but also recognizing that there's significant shifts and changes within the office market, and that the struggles that this particular applicant has had to try to find a tenant to occupy such a significant amount of office space in those 5 stories. The original approval for this development was pre-COVID, and the market shift under their feet. And I am a land use planner, so I shouldn't comment too much on market conditions, but that is what is triggering this change. I should also maybe just point out that we did do a site-specific official plan amendment that was approved by City Council in March of this year to reduce the office replacement requirement down to the 50% that is being asked today. And as part of that application, as part of that site-specific official plan amendment, there was city-initiated public consultation with the surrounding community. And although I can't guarantee that that's the reason why you don't have any objections today, relative to an earlier application, there was significant consultation around this issue.
Sounds good. I just sort of quickly can't find my, the community planning report on this, so you've probably seen it and read that. What's that recommending vis-a-vis your application?
It's indicating that they have no objection to our application, and they're recommending that if the committee chooses to approve it, that it be conditional upon one condition with some subcomponents. The first one being that we would have to obtain a revised notice of approval conditions. So we would have to revise our site plan approval for this building to reflect the changes. The second one is that the owner shall make a cash contribution to the city in the amount of $239,000 to the satisfaction of the city solicitor, and that this could be allocated towards community facilities, recreation, cultural space, and/or streetscape improvements within the ward, subject to the satisfaction of the chief planner and executive director in consultation with the ward councillor, and then the third part there.
And the applicants will accept those conditions?
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for the applicant here?
I have a very quick question. Are the live use units, I just want to make sure I read it right, are those all proposed on the second floor?
No, they're proposed on all floors above the sort of second, third, fourth, fifth.
But not, sorry, I should have been more specific. They're not proposed for the ground floor.
No, on the ground floor, there'll be retail.
Okay.
The retail on the ground floor, and then it starts with a mixture of office and live works in the remainder of the podium. And then above that, it becomes the tower, and it's then the true residential that will not have these permissions.
All right, yes, Zilla, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to ask if the applicant have a chance to review the TTC report dated July 30th, 2024?
Through you, Chair, yes, we have, and we agree with the conditions that are set out in there.
Thank you.
So take it TTC wants to do a review because your property's near the subway, something? Okay. All right, thank you. Members, let's take this into committee then. Any comments or prepared to put forward a motion? Nazilla, you're putting your hand up, yes?
I mean, if none of my colleagues have any further comment, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Yes, please do.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the condition of the city staff and the report dated July 31st, 2024. There's the one condition with 3 sub-conditions, and also would like to add the condition of TDC in the report dated July 30th, 2024. There is one condition, and that's the motion.
Seconder for that motion? Yes, Doug? All right, go ahead. All right, and all right, all in favor of that? Okay, you've got your unanimous approval, gentlemen. You got your variances as requested. Okay?
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Through you, Mr. Chair, items number 10 and 11 have been deferred from this morning, so we can move on to item number 12.
Very good. Just as I do that, I just ask you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, so we're not seeing any urban forestry conditions about trees then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing that we've dealt with so far. They are coming up, though.
Okay, interesting, okay. All right, item 12 on our agenda, 150 Sherbourne Street. Purpose is to construct a new 4-story detached building, a community recreation center. Committee has the following communications: a survey, a site plan, floor plans and elevations, 22 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from Krista Clark as agent, an appendix report prepared by MJMA, I don't know what that relates to, a tree preservation plan prepared by the Planning Partnership, that's good to see, and commenting agencies, we have staff report from Urban Design and Heritage again. All right.
Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. One variance for height.
All right, would the agent please identify himself or herself and give us an address, and we'll deal with this. Okay, 12.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, members of the committee and city staff. Are you able to hear me?
Have to speak up a little more.
Sorry, one moment.
That's sounding better, just right there, and go ahead with that as I electronically catch up here. All right, 12. Yeah.
Hello, Krista Clark, we can hear you.
All right, Ms. Clark, so I just see there's just a single variance, and it relates to building height, and that's for a community recreation center.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Krista, can you just introduce yourself?
Sorry.
As agent?
Yes. My name is Krista Clark. I'm a licensed architect and senior associate at McLennan Young Collins Miller Architects and Designers. Our address is Suite 400 at 135 Liberty Street here in Toronto. And as mentioned, I'm the project architect as well for the new John Innes Community Centre at 150 Sherbourne. And I'm acting as the agent on behalf of the City of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just in looking at a comment from an agency then, and without my pulling it up, but I take it that urban design, maybe this is a situation where they'd like to see plans before the building permit is called for. Is that right?
We are in for site plan control right now, and we have been in communication with the city planner.
Yes, just hang on a second.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have that report up on the screen, which shows the two conditions.
And agent, you're satisfied with those conditions being attached to a decision? You okay with those conditions? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Members, any questions for the agent here? And if none, I think we can proceed to a motion. Yes, here, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a really straightforward application and a very commendable one. There's only one condition, and that's from Heritage. So I'd like to move approval of this application with no, just the one condition, Heritage.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Yes, is Ryan is a seconder? Ryan? And all in favor then, sir? All in favor? And Ms. Zola, yes, you've approved. All right.
Okay.
The matter has passed. You've got your approval, subject to that condition about heritage.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, it'll be two conditions.
Oh, thank you. Two.
As stated in that report.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me just get here. All right. So moving to item 13 on the agenda, and we'll just see that. Get that. Yes, sorry, members. Yeah, let me just get to 13. We'll state the purpose. I see there are just two variances being requested for 78 Westwood Avenue. It's to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition. The existing rear one-story addition will be demolished, and the existing shed in the rear yard will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, a covering letter from J. Smith as agent, and there are 6 photographs of trees and a tree protection plan from private side that's been received. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Jay Smith.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Arlington Crescent in Mississauga.
All right, thank you. All right. So I'm just taking a look at just the two variances then. Lot coverage going up from 35 to 42%, and side yard setback should be 0.9. It's reduced from that to 0.62. Do you want to just in a capsule form, very briefly, just tell us about the project here?
Mr. Chair, it's a two-story rear addition. We're actually decreasing the lot coverage. We are currently sitting at 48.7% with the rear decks and all of the structures on the lot. We'll be going down to the 42% as mentioned. So we're actually going to have more soft landscaping, which we've also shown decisions for in the area that support the application. As well, we're reducing the side yard setback. It will come more in line with the main body of the house. And again, as per the cover letter, we've got multiple instances in the immediate area that support that reduced side yard setback. Given the low height of the roof and the structure, I don't believe the massing will have a large impact with that reduced setback, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much. Members, any questions for the speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant can repeat the two changes. The first one was the lot coverage of 48 point what? And
Yes, we're going from 48.7, which is the current site condition where 35% is required, and we're going down to 42% lot coverage. So we're actually decreasing the lot coverage by 6.7%, 12.34 square meters. So we'll actually have more soft landscaping than is currently on the lot. And then we're taking the side yard setback from 0.9 where it's required to 0.62. The existing house has a setback of 0.71, so we're only reducing by 0.09 from the existing condition.
Thank you very much.
I noticed in terms of the material, when referring to that, there were 6 photographs of trees. What's the situation there? Do you need city permission for any mature trees that might have to be injured or come down?
We do not, Mr. Chair. There's no injury to the trees.
Okay. All right, members, I think we can proceed to a motion if, unless there's something outstanding that you want to discuss. Yes. Zahir, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very straightforward application, and in fact, the explanation that was provided about lot coverage was quite interesting. The first time I've heard one where it's a great improvement. So yeah. I'd like to move approval of this application with no conditions attached.
Yes. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I can second.
Yes, from Nazila. All right. All in favor then? All right. Okay. You have your approval, sir. The variances are approved. Thank you. So proceeding to 14. Yeah. I'm moving to item 14, 107 Alameda Avenue, and I'm just going to catch up electronically here. Yeah. All right, members and the public, here's the purpose of this application. It is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a rear basement walkout, a front porch with stairs, and a rear ground floor deck with stairs. The rear portion of the second story will be cantilevered on the east and south sides above the first story. Here's what committee has before it: copy of a plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, a tree site plan prepared by a private firm, and commenting agencies. We have an advisory staff report. I say it's just third-party projects review from Metrolinx. Opposition, we do have 1 letter in opposition from Angelina Fiumano at 105 Alameda Avenue, so that appears to be then an abutting neighbor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a comment from Urban Forestry imposing condition number 1. So that would be for City Tree.
Yes.
So at this time, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker in opposition. We will unmute the agent.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Sherbourne Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, since just one matter was raised just about the apparently Urban Forestry asking for a condition. You'd have to apply to either injure or take down a city tree. I take it you're fine with that condition.
Yes, indeed. We are fine with the condition.
All right. There are six variances.
Through you, Mr. Chair, he will have to give some form of presentation because we have a registered speaker online in opposition for this application.
All right, sir. We invite you to, make a presentation to committee then in respect of your project and the variances being requested, 6 in number.
Sure. May I have my support material displayed? And these are very common sort of variances frequently granted in the area. There is, I don't see that support material I submitted last week on Wednesday. Anyways, I think it's a straightforward case. I'd not take too much of your time.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Ali, are you referring to the photos that were submitted as your support?
No, the email that I sent to Mr. Stanley Wu on 7th of August at 4:12 p.m. Within the time that was prescribed. I can forward the same email right now if you need to have access to that. And basically, my support material shows comparables of precedent in the neighborhood, mostly. And also, we have a letter of support from the adjacent neighbor at number 109 Alameda Avenue.
Okay, if you can continue with your presentation.
Sure. Well, what I wanted to say is that, you know, in presence of those comparables, and these are, this is very straightforward case to me, and I don't have too much comments. I'd not going to take your time. Just happy to answer any question, basically. Thank you.
Members, any questions to him about any of the 6 variances? Date, time?
Sure, sir. I have a quick question for you. In terms of the north and south setbacks, are they changing from what is existing, or are they consistent with what is existing?
It's consistent with what's existing, except on the south side, it's only for the 2nd floor. So basically, the main wall of the building is gonna, on the main floor, is gonna stay exactly the same as what we have already. And on the north side, it is the same as what we have. Maybe a couple of centimeters more than what existing on the property. So we are improving the existing situation by a few centimeters.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, please. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to ask I have 2 questions, actually. One is your neighbor, I believe 107, is the only person that's in opposition. They basically have just made comments about the concerns around the mutual right-of-way. Is there anything that you might want to add to her or provide some comment to her that would allay her fears of the right-of-way? Because I don't see there's an issue, but she said...
we're not going to be occupying the right-of-way. That's going to stay. And we're not going to be obstructing that by any means. So they can keep using it, basically. No, we are not blocking that right away at all. That's going to stay. I do see that letter of objection, but we are not changing the existing condition. So the right of way is going to stay, and they can access their garage in the backyard.
Good. The other question I had was. You've got a proposed new driveway to the integral garage.
Yes.
There are 2 parts to this. One is just wondering if this hasn't triggered any soft landscaping issues in the front, and the new driveway, whatever your response is for this soft landscaping, would you be okay with the condition that the proposed new driveway be produced out of permeable materials?
That's absolutely fine. And even if there is no condition, we will use the permeable materials and no front yard landscaping variance.
Yeah, no,
So
I was just
basically
wondering why for some reason, I would have kind of expected that it might have triggered something, but obviously it hasn't, so, yeah.
No, it has no, we are not proposing, and there is no front yard landscaping variance.
Right.
The driveway is, the proposed driveway is only 9 foot wide. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
Usually we cannot have more than 50% of the front yard with the driveway. In this case, it's significantly less. And usually there are so many things that the designers can do to avoid those variances. Sometimes I personally get surprised seeing that those variances on even larger lots, while there are very, very reasonable sort of things that the designers can do to avoid that variance. And we did our best not to have any sort of front yard variance at all with regards to the landscaping.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it should be noted that the permeable materials can only be put onto the private property, not the city side, because the city won't be maintaining. Okay.
Okay, yes, Isabel, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. In our package, we have a letter from your neighbor in the south, 105, which was opposing. Did you mention that neighbor on the north, 109, was supporting the application?
Yes, they have written directly to Mr. Stanley Wu, and I also included a copy of that letter within my support material, which was emailed to Mr. Stanley Wu on 7th of August. As I mentioned, 4:12 p.m. I have a copy of that email. I can share it again. Maybe it's an oversight. They didn't.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Oh yeah.
We do have the support letter now posted on the screen.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. So this is from 109 Alameda Avenue. And then if you turn pages on the support material, this is very, very helpful. You can see a significantly higher FSI and smaller side yards approved in the neighborhood. We do not require that much, obviously. We're just asking for what we need, not any further. There is no length variance. I see many of the cases, they're asking for the length variance. All in all, I think, we do this case study just to make sure we are not setting any new precedent. And we didn't. I think that passed our test. Obviously, it's in your hands to decide if this meets the 4 tests. But we're not setting a new precedent. Significantly larger variances are approved in the area. And the house is, by the way, is a sensitive brick building, which is a lot more suitable for the neighborhood.
Yes.
To you, Mr. Chair. Just another comment. So in this case, 109, which is located on the north side of the property, support the application, but 105, which is located in the south of the property, have concerns. Therefore, I also would, my concern is regarding variance number 2 on the south side. That the new dwelling will be located in 0.45 meter from this side south line. So is there any explanation?
Yes, that's, as I mentioned, that's only on the 2nd floor. So basically that right of way is going to be maintained and they can still drive their car to access their garage. And that was basically my explanation. We are not obstructing that right away and not compromising it at all. So it has been there and it will stay for future.
Then Yes, then I have a question from Madam Secretary Treasurer. In order to make this variance or what the applicant asked, is it okay if we just say the new dwelling will be located in 0.45 meter from the north and 0.45 meter from the south on only second floor? Or would you please help me with the wording, or you think it's clear? Or it's better that we tie it to some of the side?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you can either, if you are to approve the application, it would be on condition of tying it to the elevation plans.
Okay.
Whatever
it's
you
not to
feel
change.
comfortable with, or if you want to reword the condition to read that the new dwelling on the second level will be located 0.5 meters from the side north and south lot lines.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. If we don't mind tying to the drawings by any means, that's fine. Rewording that variance, so I've experienced in many other cases before, can cause difficulties and can generate some other variances. So I'd suggest if you wish to impose any condition, you tie it to the drawings. Even in full is fine. We don't want to do anything other than this, obviously, and tying any approval to the drawings by all means is acceptable. I'm respectfully requesting not to reword the application, reward the variance, because that can technically cause problem for us when we obtain a building permit.
And is it okay if, in case of we want to approve the application, we tie it to all the drawings, like plan and elevation?
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, then perhaps maybe at this time we should hear from the owner at 105 Alameda Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll unmute that owner.
Hello, my name is Angelina Fiumano. I currently live at 105 Alameda Avenue.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to voice my opinion regarding the application. Upon reviewing the site plan, the applicants are proposing to alter the mutual right-of-way driveway between our properties. On Friday, August 2nd, 2024, I contacted Mr. Stanley Wu at the Committee of Adjustment for further explanation. The applicants are planning to alter their side of the mutual right-of-way by removing some of their existing concrete and replacing it with 9 feet and 2 3/4 inch length of sod. Please see the Exhibit A. Unfortunately, I cannot determine the width of sod. I strongly oppose this alteration of our mutual driveway because it will affect the grading on my side. As of today, the driveway is concrete, leveled evenly between the two houses, and then starts to go on a slight incline towards the front onto the sidewalk. This incline prevents any water to flow directly away from our properties. It is on this incline with which the length of sod will be placed. This as an integrated driveway and not two separate entities, so any alteration by either property owners will affect the grading. If, despite my strong opposition to this alteration were to proceed, I really believe my property's grading structure will be definitely impacted because the existing concrete and soil underneath it will shift in various places. So I want a written guarantee from the City of Toronto and the new owners that due to this new driveway alteration, that should any water enter my house or pool on my driveway, that they will be held financially liable for all damages done to my property. Another reason for strong opposition to this piece of sod is between the two properties is that it will impede the driving and parking of vehicles in my backyard. There are 3 types of vehicles which can drive and park: a Volkswagen Golf, please see Exhibit A, Ford Granada Smart Car. Also, I will not pay for any damages done to the new property owner's piece of sod whenever a vehicle drives and parks. Mr. Wu also informed me that according to a recent survey done by the applicants, my side of the garage is encroaching over the property line onto their side. I strongly disagree with this assessment. I have lived here since September 1973, and these attached garages have had absolutely no structural alteration of any kind. The only thing that has changed throughout the years was a form of upgrading. I provided a survey document from November 19, 1959. Please see Exhibit B. And nowhere does it mention any encroachment. In fact, there have been several surveys done starting from 1929 to 2024. Please see Exhibit C. In all these surveys, there's no mention of this encroachment. The only mention of this encroachment was the survey done by Ultimap Land Surveyors on May 15, 2024. I also disagree that the attached garages are in disrepair. The only thing I'll agree on is that the structures of these garages are old. However, throughout the years, I have maintained my side of the garage with several upgrades, from roofing shingles, eavesdrop, and siding. Please see Exhibit D. The previous owners of 107 Alameda Avenue have not done the same. In fact, they have allowed their side of the garage to deteriorate completely. Please see Exhibit E. Therefore, leaving the new owners with no choice but to remove it completely, for which I do believe is their intention. I should not have to suffer the consequences because of the previous owners' inaction to maintain their side of the garage. My side of the garage is fully functional and has served its purpose for my family throughout the 51 years of living here. If the garage is being torn down, I'm demanding to be financially compensated by the new owners to replace it with a new garage. If this application is approved, the implications will have long-lasting effects to my property. The new owners of 107 Alameda Avenue will have a private driveway, private parking, and a private garage, while I will have no driveway, no parking, and no garage. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, there's a fair bit there. We're not going to get into whether the garage is partly over on the wrong property, kind of really a civil matter. But let me understand, you both have like a mutual right-of-way. That's over each other's property to allow for your driveway to the back of the house. So tell me a little more. You're saying some front part of this driveway is going to be sodded instead of left in concrete as it is?
Yes, that's from what I can see at the picture, yes.
Okay.
It's 9 feet, 2 3/4 inch length of sod. Right there.
Okay, I jumped, all right, that's fine. I jumped in there. Anyone else question for the neighbor? No, seeing none, okay. All right, so we'll go back to the agent on that, and I guess you'll have to, you should address this right-of-way business and the concern about it. Okay, back to some Alameda. Yeah. Oh, hi there. We're back with the agent.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. I can speak. Thank you. As I mentioned, there is absolutely no change on the right of way, so they can use it. There's not going to be any obstruction. That sod area the neighbor mentioned is not inside of the right of way; it's outside of the right of way. As you can see, it's in line with the building wall. Which is not encroaching into the right of way and not impacting that at all. And we did need that sod area to basically provide the required landscape in the front yard. The issue of damaging the neighbor's house, I don't think by law, goes without saying that nobody is supposed to damage anybody's house, and if they did, they're responsible for it. That goes obviously without saying. If there is any way that you reinforce it inside of this decision, we absolutely don't object. It's fine. I don't think if it's with the committee to do that, but even if you did want to do it, we have no objection. And the garage, again, they have the right to their own garage, obviously. It also goes without saying, and whether or not my client wants to, even if they want to touch that garage, they cannot, by law, they cannot touch the garage from the neighbor. I'm sure that everybody knows that. That's very clear. So I have nothing further to add, but if there is any question, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Yes, none from me. Any member of the panel? Yes. Sure.
I have a quick question for you, sir. Just in respect of the rear patio or deck, I should say, the platform, Did you give any consideration to any privacy screening since the home does extend beyond the two neighbors?
Should you wish to impose that as a condition, we respectfully accept. That's fine by us if you wish to add that as a condition.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's something both my client and the neighbor both will benefit from it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Take us a minute. Yes.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I was going back to the site plan and the plan. So I'm still have concern about variance number 2. So will you explain? Correct me if I'm wrong. You said that no, this side yard setback are maintained except the second floor. Well, when I look at the site plan, the side yard setback on the north-south on the ground floor is also 0.46 meter in your drawing, which is actually on the screen, and on the south line is 1.07. So your explanation was that this 0.45 is only for the second floor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this setback is especially for the north neighbor, is 0.45 ground floor and second floor. Is that correct?
Yeah, the south side, when I mentioned it's on the second floor, is for the south side only. On the second floor, on the north side, obviously the entire wall is at 0.45, which is in line with the existing setback of the building. And on that side, we have the support from the neighbor. So they written to the Committee of Adjustment, and that is usually majority of the houses, if not all, in the same neighborhood, having a mutual drive, have that small side yard on one side. So in this case, yeah, the north side, which wasn't the subject of the discussion when we were talking about the right of way, is within the 0.45, and it's shown on the drawings. The neighbor is agreeable. The planning has no comments, and it is precedent in the area that 45 centimeter on the south side is on the second floor only. The rest is staying within 1.07 from the property line.
Only on the
which
south
is not
side.
great. Only on the south side, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members, if there are no further questions, let's have some discussion, or are you prepared to make a motion?
Sure. My motion would be to approve this application with urban forestry condition 1, and also a condition for the rear deck to put privacy screening on the north and south side of that rear deck. Just in terms of the project and its overall massing, I think that there was, most of these variances are either keeping an existing condition or slightly exacerbating what was there before, but because there's no height or depth, I believe the variance is required. It does seem like a modest proposal and not one that's going to have any consequential adverse impacts, and I think you see that because of with the support of the neighbor to the north, where the home is closer. I think that sort of supports me in concluding this is a minor variance. So my motion would be to approve with those two conditions.
Is that, no, just through you, Mr. Chair. Is it, can I have a friendly amendment that you tie to the drawings?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be site plan and elevation plans dated July 4th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And through you, Mr. Chair,
And I will second it.
Okay, but sorry, just one other thing. The driveway, permeable pavers on the private property, did you want to include that condition,
Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Byatt?
yeah, I did.
I think the agent mentioned something about, if I'm not mistaken, that was the intention.
Okay, so we could include that condition as well? Okay, so a total of 4 conditions then, tied to site plan and elevations. The driveway will, on private property, will have permeable pavers, urban forestry number 1, and the rear deck will have privacy screening on the north and south edges.
And tying to plan.
Yep, yeah, I said, yeah.
Yes.
That's what I meant.
All right. All right. All in favor then with those conditions? Yeah, that is passed. Thank you, everyone. We've approved, we've done that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Madam Secretary, so it is 10
We're moving on to item number 15. We do have 4 items left for the morning session.
I'm just looking now. Okay. Okay. Thanks. I'm just pulling it up electronically. Look here. Okay, item 15, 540 Roxton Road. Here's its purpose: to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial 3rd-story addition, a rear 3-story addition with basement extension below, a new front basement walkout with stairs, and a new rear ground floor deck. The committee has a plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, and a list of comparable approvals from Kirsten Thompson as agent. Okay, all right, let's just take a look at this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we also have one person speaking in interest. At this time, we will unmute the agent.
So I suggest we do hear from the person of interest after, but yes. Yes, hello, good afternoon. I've got the...
Hello.
Yep. Hi there.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Laura McInnes from Laura McInnes Design, and Mr. Chair, and I'm at 915 DuPont Avenue representing the owners of 540 Roxton Road.
All right, thank you. Yes, I see that 5 variances are requested. Let me take... Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to need some form of presentation because we do have someone in interest online.
Yeah, we got someone in interest, yeah. All right. All right, we're going to ask you in a succinct way to explain your proposal, your project, and where need be, you can refer to the variances 1 to 5. Okay.
The project is for a single family dwelling to add a 3rd floor, which is in keeping with the existing house from the front facade, and with a maximum height variance requested, which is under what has already been set as with other precedences along the street. It's also a variance is requested for exterior stairs setback, and this is to allow access from the basement to the front through the front of the house. This setback is also in keeping with the neighborhood where there are other precedents approved with a 0.0 meter. This is requesting 0.26 meters. Front yard landscaping because of this will be reduced from the required 100% to a proposed 51%, which is already, there's also another precedent set at 40% just down the street at 462 Roxton. And the FSI, we're requesting an increase from 2.995, I believe, which and over the 0.61, and this as well there are many precedents along the street that are over an FSI of 1. So we believe the requested. The requests are well within keeping with what's happening on the street. There are a huge amount of renovations exactly in this the same vein have been happening, and this is really in keeping to increase the area, the usable area for a single family.
This is all on a semi-detached house, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do you want to hold questions and we'll hear from the person in interest?
Yes, good idea. Let's do that.
Okay, so at this time,
just
yeah,
hang-
we'll unmute the owner at 542 Roxton Road.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, you live at 542 Roxton, is that correct?
Yes, I'm the owner.
And your full name, please?
Sorry? Full name?
and
Y-U, yeah, Yequin Gao, Y-U-E-Q-I-N, and G-A-O.
Okay. All right. What's your concern, or what do you want to bring to committee's attention for this application?
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to just have a chance to speak here. First of all, I have no objection for the applicant, and but I have a few concerns. Because as a family house, we're sharing the same wall, including the basement wall, roof, and also the applicant will dig down the basement and, of course, some work on the foundation. I'd like to hear what efficient way the applicant will deal with all the shared parts. That's the first point.
Sorry,
and then the second point is I noticed on the drawing there is a new green roof on top of the rear addition. I'm a little bit confused for this, is it a balcony or the future balcony? It's a potential, balcony for the future. That's my second point. And another point is I want to know this entire job, how long it takes. So that's the 3 points I have right now. And but I have a few comments is because it's a neighbor, we are family, and I know the contractors or applicants will, follow city rules, regulations, including the noisy regulations, and also if any chance they use my property, and then they will give me 2 or 3 days notice. So, and that's so far. I have 3 questions, 2 comments, but overall, I have no objection for this application. So I do appreciate it if applicants can give me the answers for my 3 concerns right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So at 542, you're on the other side of the semi, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Yes, okay, all right. Any questions for the speaker? No.
Through you, Mr.
All right,
Chair,
thank
then
you.
we can go back to the agent.
Yes, for sure. How are we doing?
Hi, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is the opportunity to respond to the questions that were raised by the owner at 542 Roxton Road. That's to you, the agent?
Yes, in terms of the three concerns, the first one I believe was about digging down in the basement, for which, and also a reference to the roof. And I understand that we have to engage in a party wall permit with the attached neighbor. And I know that my clients, the owners, would be more than happy to speak with the attached neighbor about that and the implications. The green roof was another concern, and there's no access to that except for maintenance, and that there are windows. It's not a door at the back, and it is shown on the drawings with no sliding door, no balcony, no patio no balcony is planned. It is purely a green roof that would need access for maintenance. In terms of how long construction will take, that's a question also for the owners that they would be happy to discuss exactly when construction starts, which is contingent on getting permits for this project. So they would be happy to speak directly with the attached neighbor about this. And similarly with the comments about concerns about noise for construction and notice for property, there would be advance notice to the attached neighbor about ahead of when construction begins, and any contractor would be a licensed contractor who is tied to city noise regulations, and also for protecting the property of the neighbors and ensuring that nothing it is not used or touched in any way. So some of those questions are really to be addressed directly to the owners of the property once they have engaged a contractor and confirmed a timeline based on the permit, and that are also will be regulated by the permit process with the city.
Just on the green roof, I'm really not familiar, with the various standards that the city has, but will you be going through? Do you have to go through a process with the city as to the components of the green roof?
Yes, you do, and there's a wind upload report that's required by the city, and they need to know it's reviewed by structural engineering, and it'll be noted on the permit drawings that it is a green roof specifically and not to be used for a balcony.
Thank you. Helpful. Members, any other questions at all for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, taking this into committee, then we've just had the one person of concern, but otherwise, essentially, I think in favor of the project proceeding. Okay, let's just see if any. Madam Deputy Secretary, any urban forestry comment or condition on this one on Roxton Road?
For you, Mr. Chair, no?
No. Okay, great. Sure, please.
I'm happy to make a motion to grant the requested variances for 540 Roxton Road.
Yeah. All right. And without condition.
Without conditions.
Yes.
I'll second that, Chair.
All right. All in favor then? Give the approval? Yes. All right. It is unanimous. All right. The approvals have been given to those minor variances in connection with 540 Roxton Road. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, we're moving on here. So we have 3 more to do in the morning tranche here, but it's 25 after 1. I guess we'll just we'll keep motoring along. Is that?
Yes, we have to finish the next 3 before lunch.
Okay, number 16, 282 EARLSCOURT Avenue. Get that to just get to there electronically. I'm very with you. All right, yes. Let's go right there. Sorry. All right, members, the purpose of this application then is to alter an existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a front ground floor addition. It says it's a partial porch enclosure with reconstructed stairs and a front second floor deck above the first ground addition. Committee has planned a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property. We have a neighbor outreach chart from Nick Allen, agent, and under support, we have 3 form letters in support. So it doesn't sound like that huge a project, and persons seem to be on side.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Very good. Let's go.
At this time, we'll unmute Nick Allen.
Hello, good afternoon. Nick Allen, replacement design. Address is 160 the Westway, Etobicoke, and I'm speaking on behalf of the homeowners.
All right, and I just see there are just 3 variances requested, and so there's some front porch work. Front ground floor addition. Okay, and a second floor deck. Okay, all right. Thanks. Just taking a second to just take a look at the variances here. All right, front yard setback, side yard. Okay, platform without certain height platforms. In the material, then, it refers to it as a neighbor outreach chart. So this is good. You've been checking with neighbors. Do you have them having signed some? Okay, it's coming up. All right. So can't read all that, but I take it that those are persons who are in support. Is that right?
We have a neighbor outreach chart, as you noted, and 3 letters of support, 2 of which are from the adjacent neighbors on either side of the house.
Sounds good. Members, do you need a presentation? No? All right. We're just going to take it into ourselves then, sir. Does anyone want to put forward a motion on this?
Sure, Chair.
Yes.
Forward a motion. I think this is a very straightforward application. It's enclosure of a front porch, which is common. So I'd like to move a motion to approve, and I don't believe there are any. There are no conditions attached to this one.
Yes, I don't see that there are. All right. Yes, Doug, you see it? Second that motion with this. All right. All in favor? Sorry, did you see the show of arms? Okay. Nazilla, you're against? Dissent? Okay, 1 dissent. All right, sir, so I've heard that. We have voted, and the majority approve of the variances as requested. So thank you for that. We can move to item 17, which property address is 10 Hampton Park Crescent. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a front canopy, a front partial 2nd-story addition, a partial 3rd-story addition, and a south side Juliet balcony, and a rear 2-story addition. Okay, all right. Committee has moved forward to plan a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and email correspondence from the revised plans from Amanda Kenzie as agent. Sorry. Commenting agencies, we have staff reports from community planning, okay, from ravine and natural feature protection of urban forestry section. There's a Metrolinx report. There are 2 form letters in support by owners of 6 Hampton Park and 8 Hampton Park, so they're quite close to the subject property. We have correspondence and concern from Mark Armstrong and Susan Vance at 19 True Davidson Drive. All right. Just in connection with that, then, Madam Deputy Secretary, do we have someone online then?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have the architect online, but I believe we just have to hear from the agent, and the architect is available for questions, if any.
Okay, so it doesn't appear to be opposition.
There is no other registered speakers for this item.
All right. Hello there, agent on the application then for 10 Hampton Park. Could you just give us your name and address? And I'm going to ask you to make a succinct presentation of what your project is.
Of course. Good afternoon. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Roe Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you.
So just briefly, if staff could put up the site plan, that kind of, I think, sort of says it all in one kind of quick shot. We are doing a rear two-story addition. We're kind of filling in the back corner of the existing house. There we go. Perfect. So you can see the back right corner there. We're filling in the two-story addition. There's another addition going on the third floor. It's buried in the existing roof, so you do not see it from the exterior. And then there's a very tiny second floor addition going at the very front of the house. Exactly right. The bottom of the screen towards the correct. We need, as a result, 6 variances. If it's okay, I'm going to focus on variances 1 and 2. Variance number 1 just has to do with the rear landscaping. In actuality, the amount of rear landscaping is remaining unchanged because where that rear addition is going, it's already hardscaped. So we're kind of taking out the paving stones that are there and replacing with the two-story addition. So the variance required that's variance number 1, the variance required for rear yard landscaping, that's an existing condition. And as far as variance number 2 is concerned, with regards to the height, that is also existing. That 12.2 meters has been there for the last 20 years, and we are not worsening that in any way, shape, or form.
Do you know if that
the other variance, I'm sorry.
Just on to that, do you know, was that established by, say, any committee of adjustment decision or something higher? The 12.2 or 12.2 meters?
It would have had to have been. That's unfortunately, that's kind of the best answer I can give you. And it's very in keeping with all the other houses. This is like a subdivision where they kind of cleared everything approximately 20 years ago, rebuilt a subdivision. All the houses have very, very similar heights.
Yes, okay. Felt that's a concern for me. Okay, please proceed then. And then FSI, you're asking?
Yes, we're asking for a bit of FSI there for variance number 3. I mean, we're increasing it by 4%. The existing FSI is 69%, and we're just increasing that to 73%. Variance number 4 having to do with the side yard setback by filling in that rear corner. And yeah, we just need a very minor 0.1 of a meter, 4 inches, just because of that rear second story addition. The slight increase in coverage as well. You know, we're just slightly over the 35.77% coverage that's being sought today. That actually also includes a small shed in the backyard. So if you kind of take the shed out of the equation, we are below the permitted 35% coverage.
Okay.
And then variance number 6 is really a repeat of variance number 4 under the old bylaw, having to do with the north setback.
Yes.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? I'll jump in again. Just on the height, I guess I don't know what you can show us of other adjoining properties, or if you have any kind of comparable chart. Because, as I say, the altered building is 12.2 meters, and you're saying that's long-standing height limit, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
It has been there since the construction of the home.
Members, any questions here on these variances? All right. All right, seeing none. All right, thank you. Aside from the agent's architect, there's no other speaker, correct? Members, no. Okay. Well, panel, what's your pleasure on this?
If I may, Chair, I'll just kick off this conversation. I think this is a reasonable application. It may seem outwardly with 6 variances to be more substantial, but part of it is just filling in a corner of the structure, and I think that's a very
good point. Yes.
The additional piece, I believe it's a third story, is within the roof structure. It's almost a dormer. And I don't think it has any impact on neighbors or anybody else for that matter. So I don't think the variances are excessive at all. So this is an application that I can quite support.
Any other comment from any other member? No comments? Well, as a here, if you feel comfortable about it, you can bring forward a motion.
Yes, and I'd just like to note that there is a planning condition, and there were revised plans, if I'm not mistaken, and a forestry 1 condition. So would the revised plans be indicative of an amended application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you may need to come out of committee and go back to the agent and ask them.
All right, let's do that. Just to the agent then, just one of our members just wants to clarify something with you. Yeah.
If I may speak, yes. We submitted one revised roof plan. The plans, the floor plans, elevations, all that, those were unchanged, but the roof plan originally just did not show 2 existing dormers, and those were the new updated plans that were submitted. It was actually just one drawing. Not sure exactly, and that shows the exactly, and those were missing off the original roof plan that was part of the initial submission. And I just, in order to be accurate, we just submitted a revised roof plan, but those dormers are all existing.
Okay.
So would that constitute a revised?
So then, through
revision,
you,
or-
Mr. Chair, if no other revisions were made on the other plans, then I would go with the community planning comment based on the July or the June date that they're referring to. Sorry. June 27th, 2024, because they're tying it to rear elevation, north side elevation, and south side elevation, and those plans were not revised. Yeah.
Correct.
But if you wanted to tie them to the revised roof plan, then it would be the revised date of that roof plan.
Perhaps we both try to the community planning conditions as well as the revised roof plan.
Okay, so we're back into committee then?
Yep.
Okay. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Zahir, and yes, I've noted too, as you have said, the urban forestry condition number 1 is being asked for here as well. Yeah.
Yes, and
Well, it's-
revised roof plan. So there's planning condition, revised roof plans, and forestry 1.
So sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So it's community planning condition tying to rear elevation, north side elevation, south side elevation, plans dated June 27th, 2024.
That's
Number 1 condition from ravine and natural features. Okay, and do you also want to tie it to the revised roof plan that was submitted?
I imagine that may be appropriating or.
What, I'm just making sure we get all the
Yeah,
conditions.
I think we can do that since they seem to have left it out at one point.
Okay, so then the revised roof plan. Okay?
All right, is there a seconder for that motion with those conditions? Yes. Thanks very much.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, who seconded that motion?
It's
Okay.
Mr. Bissonnette, Ryan.
And all in favor?
Okay.
Okay.
It is passed, that's true. Thank you, everyone. We're down to the last item for the morning session. It is item 18. The address is 158 Dowling Avenue. Just give me a second just to call that up. And I'll just get the materials here. All right, in terms of this address in Dowling, here's the purpose: to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, a 3-car detached garage with storage, with a driveway in the rear yard, of the existing 2 1/2 story apartment building. The existing three-car detached garage and shed will be demolished. So I'll just try to get that again. It's a rear one-story ancillary building, three-car garage with a driveway in the rear yard. Okay, all right. Fine. 4 variances are requested here. Sure. Could the agent or applicant? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you need to read the materials that have been submitted
Thank
for the
you.
application.
Yes. All right, quickly. Committee has the following: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, an arborist report prepared by Amy Choi, a tree protection plan prepared by Amy Choi. In terms of commenting agencies or reports, we have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. We have an advisory staff report. I see third-party projects review, Metrolinx. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
All right, we'd like to... Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jersey Rabianti, still design of 3-1750 the Queensway, Toronto, Ontario. Right. I will be representing the owners of 158 Dowling Avenue.
Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do the members require a presentation for this?
I'm going to ask for a very short one, if you would, sir. And I see the first variance, so there are to be 5 lawful 5 parking spaces, but you got to reduce them to 3 parking spaces. You're asking, and a modest increase in floor area. Okay. And item 3. So I just have to address this. So minimum of 50% of the rear yard is supposed to be in soft landscaping. In this case, there'll be 0. And then private driveway business, fine. Yeah, just in terms of width. Can you just hit on the soft landscaping and on the number of parking spaces for me? Thank you.
Okay, so the soft landscaping is an existing condition. We are proposing to maintain what is there currently. So that is an existing condition that sort of we're stuck with, and a lot of the neighboring properties actually have the same scenario where pretty much the entire backyard is fully paved with parking spaces. And in terms of the reduction, sorry?
I'm sorry, and that's pavement, is it? And when you say...
It is. It's currently paved, and we're going to maintain the same surface which currently exists.
Okay. And the result is we've got 0 rear soft landscaping.
Yeah, which is not uncommon for most of the adjacent properties and any properties in the vicinity, as most of them are apartment buildings and rental buildings with a fully paved rear yard.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes. Questions?
I have a question for you, sir. When I look at the information that was sent in, I see the photograph of the rear, and there appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars parked there outside of the garage. Right. Are those lawful parking spaces in the back there?
Well, there is currently, I think, 5 that's on title for this property. But as you can see, it's very difficult to park and meet requirements of each parking space to have 5. So in a case where if we maintain the 5, we would actually hit other variances because there is no access to exit without impeding another space. So there's a little bit of difficulty to maintain those 5. So we actually will probably have 4 there. It's just in terms of there's a neighboring tree that actually has impact on where we could park, because essentially if we did make 4, that tree, the neighboring tree would have to be affected in a negative way. So we just decided it would be best if we just maintained the 3.
And it's an apartment building here, right? Okay.
Yeah, so it has been reduced. So there is currently 3 plus if there would be, a tandem parking situation, which isn't sort of recognized as a parking space under the bylaw. So it's difficult to maintain all 6 without having other trees actually affected as well, because there is the few trees that we tried to maintain. The one that is slated to be destroyed is, we could not mitigate it enough to fit that garage and maintaining that tree. So it was noted as to be removed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Urban Forestry did submit a late report, and imposing condition number 2. That's for private trees, if the committee were to approve this.
That's fine, thanks. And Ryan has wants to speak to an item. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if how many tenants are in the apartment building, and has there been any consultation or conversation with the tenants who are potentially car owners and need parking?
Currently, there is no disputes in terms of parking within the residence, and every tenant there that's currently living has other accommodations, be it public transport or other means. So there hasn't been any issues in terms of parking.
Okay, so my question is, how many tenants are there, and if a tenant owns a car and now will not have a parking spot, does this mean that the parking will be moved out to the street?
I do not have that information in terms of how many tenants there are currently at this address, but I know that there has been no conflict in terms of parking within the dwelling and within the apartment building, as many of the tenants that currently do reside there do have other means of transportation.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm a bit concerned about this application because variance number 1 is asking for a reduction in parking spaces, so lawful parking spaces. So one would assume that, okay, so we'll have 3 parking spaces that would be lawfully provided in the new structure that is proposed. Yet the photograph shows currently 6 without 6 vehicles at the back without being in a garage. In addition, we've got variance number 3 that is asking for 0% soft landscaping. And I recognize that this is an existing condition, but if you're going through all of the construction of creating a new garage space for 3 vehicles, surely there's some possibility for mitigating that variance number 3. So I have difficulty approving variance number 3, given that if you're going to have only a space for 3 vehicles, surely you could create some soft landscaping. And I've seen this before where we've had applicants who were able to change that sort of 0% to something greater than 0. So I have great difficulty supporting this particular application.
Just to the agent then, would you, since you're going to be building an ancillary building, would you be open to removing some of that pavement and replace it with some soft landscaping in the rear yard? So I think you hear our concern that 0 is proposed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So I guess in this case, we probably would have some flexibility if that was something that the committee deemed to be, like a requirement. Are we able to maybe just change that to 20% off landscape instead of 0?
So you'd revise your third variance to say 20% to be soft landscaping. You're willing to put that forward, right?
we could adjust that, make that adjustment to make.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll need to know what that is in square meters.
All right. So sorry, so just thinking about that, if you heard that, so, you know, 173.64 square meters are going to be soft, sorry, we're requiring a soft landscaping, but you're willing to provide, how much? Can you state that in square meters then? As well as you said the 20%? I don't know what the.
Yes, sir. Sorry, one minute here.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm saying sure, and it's it's the morning, it's the morning agenda, which is, oh boy.
Okay, so we would be increasing the soft land to 34.7 meters squared from 0.
Okay. Members, then, are you prepared to move on that, to consider that approval with that amount of soft landscaping and also urban forestry condition number 2 to deal with the private tree? Yes, Nazila.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I still have a hard time understanding the request for variance number 1. Where are these lawful parking spaces are located? Because you request for 3, and then I'm trying to understand the back of the property. You use it also as a parking. So would you please explain that?
So currently, those vehicles that you see are actually owned by the owner of the property. Oh, wow. So from what I understand, there isn't any current tenants that have vehicles parked in the rear yard. We tried to maintain the 5 parking spaces, but with the limitations of the width and the minimum requirements to be considered a parking space, it just was not possible to do to reduce it to 4. And another aspect of this is the neighboring tree is so close to the property line. If we did make it a parking space, it would negatively impact that neighboring tree, which would result in a situation where an application to injure the tree would be necessary.
So maybe I ask you one more in another way. Are these lawful parking space located in the front or in the back, those 3 proposed?
So these 3 proposed will all be located in the rear yard.
In the rear yard, in the back, correct?
Yes.
Then
yes,
if they are located in the back, why you need to injure the neighbor's tree in the front?
Oh no, so I'm speaking to a neighboring tree that's on close to the property line. I believe it is the southwest corner, the tree that's affected.
Southwest. So that tree also located in the back of the property?
Yeah. It is.
Unfortunately, I still don't understand because looking at your photo you provided with all the parking space in the back, why you request for the relief for the variance number 1. So that's what I just want to state.
In terms of orientation of parking spaces to meet minimum requirements, if there was no garage, you could have 5, but it would impede traffic from one to the other, and also the driveway width would increase to pretty much the entire width of the property. So right now, the width of the driveway, I think it's about 8 meters and change. So that would increase to the entire width, which would be about 15 and change. So it's very difficult to have a structure, to build a new structure and maintain 5 parking spaces. So we reduced it to 4 originally, just to maintain as many parking spaces as possible. But after taking a look at the site with the potential to injure the trees, that's where we reduced it further to 3 to mitigate that fact of destroying a neighbor's tree potentially to fit, 4 parking spaces.
And so in terms of 3-car, that's being put in a 1-story ancillary building. So 3 cars will fit in there plus some room for storage. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so that was the maximum that we could make that garage to maintain 3 parking spaces, and then we gained a little bit of storage for some of the tenants. That was the idea behind that storage is for any tenants with bicycles or any other means of transportation. They can store their vehicles or in that space.
All right, thank you. All right, just taking it into committee then. Again, any comments, discussions? I appreciate hearing from you, Zahir, in terms of getting some soft landscaping out of this. It should be good.
Yeah, and I will mention just one more thing is that planning staff had no comment on this application. Any conversations we had no negative comments. So.
Yes, and we don't have other speakers, so. Zahir, would you be willing to voice a motion on this? To put you on the spot?
Are we in committee at the moment?
I think I took us back into committee now, but unless you've got something further to...
Not much, but I still just find for the space that's there, what was it, 20% that we got?
Yes. That was expressed as...
My gut sense says that it could be greater than that. However, 20% is much better than 0. I still have a little challenge with the application.
I see, yes. Yes, fair enough.
Not 100% convinced that that's okay.
Yeah, I have trouble understanding because it looks like the garage is making the 3 lawful parking spaces, and then there's that huge area left in the back. And it seems like the only reason you would need to maintain all of that as concrete is so that you can park more cars there than the allowable 3 lawful parking spots. So it seems like this is just like a bit of a have your cake and eat it too application. So I don't really support it. And I think just picking a number 20% because it's better than 0, I don't know if that makes sense. Like to my mind, it almost makes sense for this. I mean, other than refusing it, it would make sense maybe to defer in order to see if they can speak with transportation about this, because I'm not sure that transportation turned their mind to what the photographs reveal, which is that it's actually a larger parking lot. But I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
Transportation have a email if you have.
Oh, do they?
Which they said they have no objection to the minor variance application for 158 Dowling Avenue, as the existing curb cut and a driveway access on the public right-of-way will remain unchanged.
Right.
That's what they
Okay.
said. So for deferring for them to comment further.
Yeah, so I'll strike that recommendation then for deferral, but still I'm not sure that the amount of soft landscaping it just seems, I don't know, overwhelmingly unnecessary. So, I mean, unless, are there any more comments? Would anybody like to add anything? All right, well, my motion then would be to deny this application for the reasons I expressed.
You deny all the variances then?
Yeah, I believe they're all connected. I can't see how to separate them.
And you're refusing as amended?
Yeah. That would be my motion.
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion as it is? I guess I says, all right, I haven't decided to go with it. And the application is refused, sir, so I think you need to go back to the drawing board and think about what can be done in terms of the landscaping and the driveway issue as you
Sorry, Chair.
seek to
Ryan was abstained, correct?
Yes, dissented.
I dissented, sorry.
I'm sorry, I just missed that. What was that? Is that? Oh. Okay. All right. All right.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, then we will break now at 2:01 PM. Committee will resume at 3 PM. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so.
Please turn off your videos, microphones. And please be minded that the room is not muted, so discussions outside of the committee rooms. Thank you.